And so I slept through both alarms, but my body still woke up, said, "Hey, it's time to wake up." And I woke up like just 5 minutes ago, but on time for your show, buddy.
I got to tell you, Rob, my body's been calling you too, man.
It's meant to be, Rob.
So as soon as my coffee's done brewing, though, I'm going to get my coffee.
Hey, Amber. Hey, Amber.
Oh my goodness.
Amber, what's Amber?
That's it. You should end your season now. The Cubs are 1-0. Damn.
Yeah, we are undefeated. We haven't given up a run this year. I don't really know what to say. Basically, crown us now.
Well, I mean, the A's are undefeated too, so there you go.
Yeah, I'm not worried. I'm not even going to think about other teams. Just I know the Cubs have not lost, and it's
all
over.
Season. It's crazy.
All season.
In the Back to the Future world, what's the year that they win it? Didn't we already pass that?
2015, yeah.
Okay. Yeah, we're way past that. Did they win it, though? No,
we went to the NLCS, and then we won it in 2016.
Can you stop using acronyms? No one knows what they mean.
No. We were a year early.
A year late.
But they got the flying cars right, so that's really what matters.
And hoverboards. That's right.
Yeah.
That was the greatest. I missed my hoverboard as a kid. That was the best.
What, you had like the pink one?
No, mine was more of a chartreuse, but Yeah,
I always really liked that design. That movie's so great.
What movie?
Back to the Future.
Part 2 was but I loved all of them really.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, I know. Oh, Drax here. I know one of my guys I watch picked the Jays to go to the World Series. A lot of good teams this year.
Hey, I'm just happy. To me, the best news came out of opening day was that came out of San Francisco, actually, to me, and that was that a judge ruled in favor of the A's and their potential building their new stadium here still in Oakland without having to move to Vegas.
Oh, so I hadn't heard that.
Yeah, that Oakland's been looking to try to build, or the A's have been looking to try to build a waterfront ballpark down in Oakland. And like the A's have been trying to build a new Coliseum for freaking the last 15 years.
Property is expensive, though.
Yeah. No. They've been trying to build it.
The trick is to build a park about 100 miles inland, and then just increase your CO2 emissions, and in a few years, you'll have waterfront property.
Well, they tried that too, but unfortunately, for the last 15 years, they've been trying to build a stadium and keep having issues for one reason or another, and to the point where there was talk about them. And they are legitimately. They have some sites in Vegas that they're looking at too.
Mm-hmm.
And now that Major League Baseball said, you know what, forget it. Oakland, stop playing games. Go, A's, you can go. And so it was looking like that was what's going to happen. And now, I don't know, the lawsuit that was blocking them from being able to develop the site they're looking at here in Oakland at the Howard Park. All of a sudden that now is clear up. So who knows? Maybe there's a chance that they can stay here in Oakland. It'd be nice.
So, Mike, yeah, I know no one goes to the games now, but I guess they're taking the approach: if you build it, they will come.
Well, people used to go for a while, but then the team kind of went in this ownership went in this effort of making sure that people wouldn't show up. And basically started pulling a Cleveland Indians in the in the movie, that type of thing, Major League, and
too high.
Putting a worse potential team out there you could, and claiming that we don't have any money because we're we can't pull any people. It's like, can't pull any people because you don't. I don't know. It's been kind of weird.
I am working, Coco. It's Masters. It's Master season. I'm not off for a long time. Good morning, Mike. All of CBCA winners can liver together. Okay. Good morning to you and your liver. I hope it's doing well.
I think live together.
Okay. Taylor Winter, what is happening? It's a weird kink to want to watch, but good morning,
Rob, did you
TJ.
actually watch any baseball yesterday?
No, not at all.
Because there's a new pitch clock and the pace of the game, it felt like it was relentless, like constantly going in a good way. Kind of shocking to watch, really.
Yeah, no, yesterday I was busy work. Maybe I'll throw a game on. Maybe it won't work today on the side TV over here.
Yeah, I
Instead of
really
YouTube.
recommend.
I can stop. I think today I was supposed to be catching up with some whack comics, so maybe I'll watch Major League Baseball instead.
Yeah,
They're
what was
on at the
awesome
same
to see
time.
Whack Comics was on last night. That was
I
awesome to
know.
see. I didn't
Lee
get to
was
watch
back.
it, but I was able to see it for a second that it came on. So that was cool. Hashtag liver together. There it is. That's the hashtag for today. Hashtag liver together. Joe's on top of it.
Then we can drink more alcohol that way.
We're gonna have to find multiple uses for that hashtag.
The power of our livers together.
The best
Unite.
part is to introduce new people to the hashtag that have no context.
Hey, as we get older, like we liver spots together. Right?
That's true. With our liver spots combined, we are geriatric.
We can play golf. Let's go.
Mark's playing enough for all of us today. What's up, Izzy?
I would do guys.
Yeah.
What is up, bro?
I'll be right back. I'm gonna go get my coffee.
There you go. I walk in coffee time.
Well, no, the coffee pot just beat.
That's really everyone coffee time. It's everybody.
All right, we'll be back.
Hold it down there,
my
Izzy.
OJ.
Izzy's got this.
I got my OJ today.
Izzy looks like a pro.
Comics. Here we go.
Am I really drinking coffee? If I'm drinking orange juice or what?
To answer your question, we'll just stick with hashtag liver together.
Liver. Oh man, the best thing is walking into jokes when you have no idea what's going on. Yeah, but still waking up.
I don't do shit for the Masters. The Masters does a lot for me.
What can you do for?
Yeah. Ask not what you can do for the Masters, but what the Masters can do for you.
What was that, UPS?
I think that's their slogan.
Yeah.
I think that was some guy. I think he ran for office. Something tells me he won.
What was that, Mark? Is that just like out?
Oh, it's a Masters flag.
But
Yeah,
why?
Dude, if you come down to Augusta, you see Masters swag just everywhere. So
I understand that, but did they just put that in front of your place of work?
No, they didn't. When it gets around time, we've got like flags here, and we have a T flag from the Masters, not a T flag or whatever the hell it's called. Just hang it up just because it's Masters week.
That's a 2020.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's a rare breed. That's a rare breed right there.
It's a great year.
I'm sure they had a lot of stuff going on that year.
They didn't even have a tournament that year. The original owner of the kennel is 92 years old. Puts in every year for the lottery, the max amount, because that's how you get tickets is through a lottery.
Mm-hmm.
And she scored tickets for 2020 for the first time in her life, having lived if you see that tree line right there, like you see that house and there's a tree line behind it, then behind that is the course. Like that tree, just right there is the course. And that's how close she's lived her whole life. Caught tickets in 2020. They canceled the game, rolled the tickets over, but they only gave you like a small window to redeem your tickets the next year. Otherwise, they go to the next people, because they didn't. I mean, they had to offer to redeem them, but they didn't want people to redeem them so that they can cop new checks off new tickets. And they gave you like a 48-hour window to redeem your tickets from the previous year. And she doesn't she's 92, and all this was done digitally via emails and stuff like that. so she didn't get her tickets redeemed. But for 2022, what they did for the first time and only time is gave you access to the shop. Like, it's a big deal to shop inside the Masters, like their actual brand apparel and stuff. But they gave you digital access to the shop. They built a digital website just for that year. So she wanted a flag her whole life. She wanted one of those little flags off the green, so she got one.
Excellent.
She wasn't going to go watch the tournament anyway, but she got her ticket.
So all she wanted was the flag.
Yeah.
She wanted that. She wanted that little souvenir her whole life. You know what I mean? Because everyone has like shirts. Like, there's tons of golf here. Tons of people wear collared shirts in general. Like TJ's wearing one now. People here will just have like Masters brand collared shirt instead of a polo logo. It's just the Masters logo. It's like their own branded apparel. But I think it's kind of one of those keeping up with the Jones.
Whoever wears gear is branded for anything. That seems ridiculous.
I don't know, Rob. I'm not a big fan of brands.
Oh yeah, I know what you're talking about, guys.
Yeah.
Oh God. Oh man.
Is your back acting up again?
Yes.
Yeah.
You know how I woke up in the morning. I just had to stretch it all out. You know what I'm saying?
I love that you're wearing your own gear. At least today's like the one day I usually wear not my gear.
Well, I did get my T-shirt from Link Squad. So, but that's
I am drinking coffee from the Spiral Dimension.
That has to happen on Monday.
Yes.
What you doing?
I am heading into the office.
Make sure that all your coworkers like and subscribe.
I've been quietly mining for subs. I hadn't got any off of this for.
I feel like you're the first one to work today. Otherwise, this would be really weird walking into a full office.
Yeah, you usually probably somebody will file in maybe 15 minutes or so. I'm already up, and so I usually kind of come in a little early, decompress some, make me some coffee before the day gets hectic and people call and email and knock on the door and we need this and this is broken.
People are the worst. Don't get me started.
If you show up late enough, the people that go in early take care of that stuff, and then you just show up.
So,
like, hey, what's been going on?
So I am the person that takes care of the stuff. So no matter how long I take to get in here, it's gonna sit here until I get here.
So you're saying that the stuff waits on you.
If I take off a day or two, my emails are gonna be piled up.
Where you been?
A few voicemails and parents, this doesn't work and it's an emergency and blah blah. Yeah.
Yeah, this is my office today. I'm work from home day.
Nice.
I need that kind of office. The office you work in looks better than mine.
I work from home every day. Wow. All but 2 days a month.
I used to have that. I used to have that luxury.
And when I go to the office those 2 days a month, I'm the first person in the building, and I don't do anything for anybody. I bring my own coffee. I worry about my own shit, and fuck the rest of them. Just saying. When they all decide to come walking in like 2 hours or so later, that's all on them.
No, I'm usually the first one in, which also lets me be the first one out.
Yeah, that's it. When I'm walking out the door, people go, "You leaving?" Yeah, dumbass. I was here like fucking what? I've done my 9 hours. I'm done. I'll see y'all later. Not my fault. You guys don't show up till 9 o'clock in the morning, West Coast. Jeez.
Going up at 9.
So Mark, I got something here.
He just got a letter. He just wonder who it's from.
It's all redacted.
Oh,
yeah, I want to make sure, Let's.
I was about to say that's the first thing I did. I squinted. I'm like, is he doxing the both of us right now?
Look at that. I got that little letter. I was like, oh, let me open it when the time comes.
Look at that nice train station stamp.
Oh yeah, I never noticed. Even
those are the newest set of stamps that just came out, and the Hall of Justice is legitimately based off of a real life building. It's a train station. So I got the set of stamps to get the Hall of Justice stamps that I'm not going to be sending to nobody. I'm going to be sending all the other ones.
Mark just became a stamp collector. This is
I like how you said.
we reached that age, huh?
So I got look at this. So, a completely
I wanna
see-through
put
We
him-
Are Legion.
I'm going to put them next to my bottle caps.
Look at that. Completely see-through.
That does look cool.
It looks
We-
cool like this, right? Like this way it was cut, guys. So I got that.
it's we a religion.
Mhm.
We a religion.
Yep.
Yeah.
No, it's,
Just
you have
one.
to say
Just-
like
Just one. We
with
are
some
religion.
swag. We a religion.
Yeah. In Mark's world, there's only one.
Where e legend.
Yeah. It's a multi-use hashtag. That's the best part
It
about
is.
it.
Got a nice little business card here. Okay, I guess.
That's for Justin.
All right. Here's another. Oh, I got two. I got
Those are
one's
not
a
the same
sticker.
thing.
Yeah,
That's
one's a
that's-
sticker. The other one's
Uh-huh.
a magnet.
Yeah, that's so that way the one
can't even
nipple
tell
ring
the
you have, you
difference
can put the
looking at
magnet
it.
on that one, and then
Yeah.
you stick the other one on the other one, so you can wear your pasties when
Well,
you're working at the
I was
club.
thinking about putting up the magnet, and then I'll put the other one right on top of it, just to make
That's
sure
a good
it
way
has
to do it.
have a 3D
Stick it
effect
to the
going on.
magnet.
Yeah.
All right, and of course, look at
That looks really cool.
It does look cool, right? With the legs cut off. All right. And of course, I gotta send this to CGC. I gotta, I got a signature and everything. Look at that. Look at that John Hancock there, guys. That is nice. Thank you so much, guys.
He
Right.
stamps that too.
Yeah, look at
Mhm.
these
It's
stamps.
actually got an auto pen.
Yeah.
An auto pen.
Jesus Christ, that's old school.
I remember
Look
when
who
I
you're
was-
talking to, you son of a bitch.
But it's weird that I recognize AutoPen. God damn. Tyler's like AutoPen. This is how it happens with terminal collecting. You've already hit stage 3 stamp. You're only a couple months away from taxidermy. I'm sorry, man. Hopefully they find a
man,
cure.
Mark took up taxidermy while working at a freaking kennel.
Just add it to the list of services we offer.
That would be insane. Well, when your dog doesn't make it through, don't worry. You'll still be able to take your pet home. Look,
If
almost
I was a
left like-
taxidermist, I would have a Gunnar Hansen Texas Chainsaw Massacre outfit to wear, just minus the mask, and see how many people catch on.
Oh,
All right, I'm
found
gonna
it.
hop over here and go and do some work, I guess.
You make the coffee?
Yeah,
Are you-
got the
are
co-
you
got
falling
the
for
coffee
that?
going. What's that?
have you fallen for that trap where they give you money and therefore you exchange your services to them?
In time? Yeah.
Yes, and unfortunately, I feel inclined to
So much to learn.
render said services.
So much to learn.
One
Well,
day,
TJ, I hope you have a good day, brother.
all right, you do the same. Everybody, good morning. I just want to hop on and show my face. Y'all have a good one.
We appreciate
Yeah.
it. Take it easy.
Don't
No,
work
you too.
too hard.
I'll try not to. It's Friday.
So AutoPen is 1080p HD video and audio recording camera pen. So that is
Not
old
quite.
school. Because now it's everything's 4K.
Well, could be.
So what's gonna go after 4K? What's the new one? Is it
8K.
what's it,
They've already
8K?
They've
Yeah,
already
it's
they've
only
already
8,
they
yeah.
already have 8K TVs that they do look like. There's people out there that say you can't see the resolution of 4. You can. First off, you can see
I
a difference
agree, yeah.
whether you're seeing in what they're describing to you. Who gives a shit? The difference is there is a drastically different quality and picture between 1080p and 4K televisions.
Oh yeah.
There's the
Not
same
even
difference
close.
when you
If
look at
it's
an
shot.
8K. And it's not even like they I mean, I guess those people might just be talking about pixelation, but that's not all that goes in to a television. There's so much more than that, especially now when they're doing like HDR and auto motion and stuff like that.
Mhm.
And as that tech improves, the TVs improve, and then they have to put a name to it. So they're
Yeah.
So
they're doing
a-
8K right now.
as somebody who spent his entire the good portion of his life actually working in that industry.
Time out. Rob is
Okay.
just prefacing this statement with that So when he says something wrong in just a second, we don't want to challenge it. But go
All
ahead,
right,
Rob.
Taylor Winder, can you
Yeah,
break
no,
this down
absolutely.
for us?
Sure.
I'm just kidding.
If
I'm
the
just kidding.
material, when the material is shot in the matching resolution as the display to begin with, there's a night and day difference.
Yeah.
When you're taking same content and you're just simply upscaling, the difference becomes less apparent and is dependent upon the size of the screen to your distance ratio as to how easily you can tell much of a difference.
Yeah.
So there is a diminishing returns when you're watching a standard television feed that's shot in say 1080p that's just being upscaled to 4K and then or upscaled to 8K. If you're watching on a 42-inch TV and you're 12 feet back, there's minimal to no difference that you
So
can perceptualize.
I was just talking to Tyler about this the other night. Like I've been rewatching Lois and Clark, The New Adventures of Superman,
Mhm.
shot recorded in the 90s for network television, watching it on HBO Max. Anybody with HBO Max with a 4K smart TV can turn that show on. Just go into your settings, turn off Automotion Plus, and all of a sudden you look like you're watching a DVD on an like a 1080 television. Turn on Automotion Plus, which activates like your HDRs kick in, your Automotion Plus kicks in. It looks like you're watching something that was shot and recorded yesterday. And like that, all that technology that goes into it, it's crazy how big of a difference it can make. Now, it still does not look like how what Rob just described was something that was shot and recorded with new technology, but it does look like something from modern television, at least, if that makes sense. Like that upscaling technology that's in the new TVs is light years beyond the upscaling that we had in just the Blu-ray era.
Oh yeah. Well, the upscaling when we originally switched to 1080p, we had you used to go get your upscale with your 3.2 pull down and all this other crap.
Mhm.
And it would, and when you to convert your film that was shot at like 24 frames per second to your TV's display at 60 frames per second, and you had all kinds of just stuff that was going on. It was a little bit rough. Now stuff's shot better, and the newer technology is definitely much better.
All right, Rob, what do you know about IMAX and 3D Disney rides?
IMAX is big, and
Big.
rides with or 3D require you to wear glasses.
Yeah. Upscaling is amazing. I played games for 20 years ago that get a modern 4K feel. Yeah. And again,
Yeah,
that's
it's still
all on your
8-bit,
device
but
and it's all on the device and the software, how good the software is in the device too.
yeah,
Because the whole thing with Automotion Plus, like, it's crazy when you think about it. Because when you watch shows and people move, there is a trail behind them, like when the Flash runs, but it's very minimal. It's a slight blur, and we're so used to it that unless you get used to watching TV that doesn't do that, you don't even notice it. But you
like
go
the
turn
source.
on an older, yeah, you go turn on an older show and see that, then you turn on Automotion Plus, and what it does is that technology is predicting the movement and literally creating snippets of the images. Like when you take a photo and you post it and you turn on the 3D effect, how it predicts the images and overlays it into the picture to create that 3D effect. You know, the picture was taken.
Interlacing,
Yeah. So it's predicting the movement and creating an image and applying that image to what you're watching in between the frames to create more frames. And how
What's
good your Automotion Plus is can really like, and see, a lot of people aren't a fan of it. Like some diehard movie people are like, that's not how the movie was intended to be seen. It makes it look like you're watching a stage production or the soap opera quality because of how realistic it looks. It can take away some of the cinematography, but the thing is, like, it ain't a factor of that's not how it was meant to be seen. It's a factor of this technology wasn't even around. These cameras weren't even around when they filmed it. If it was, that's how it would have been filmed, you know?
Yeah, like
Very
everything else.
rarely does a filmmaker like, all right, it's 2023. Go get me an 8mm. I want to make a movie. That's rare. I mean, it happens, but that's rare.
Yeah, no, it's a big. But the source definitely makes a huge difference on it because, like, even like now, like I still have my main television is an older TV, so it's still just 1080p, right? But when if I'm watching like the NFL, I can tell like when they get switched to some of the cameras that I can tell when it's a 4K camera that they're using. It's even on the 1080p. It's like, oh wow, that's obviously the higher res camera that because it's so much sharper and clearer
You
than
can count the
some of the other
beads
stuff.
of sweat under the guy's shirt.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy. So
Pretty soon we're gonna get it with an effect where you could see them smell. Just see the smell.
NORAD, yeah,
We gotta get that.
NORAD
Yeah, and I still think that 3D TV, they were pushing hard for that, but it was one of those things that the technology is not in the general audience position yet. It still has a little ways to go before people are wanting to just sit there with glasses or be limited to a certain brand of glasses with brand of television. It wasn't
Yeah.
widespread enough, but a lot of
was
TVs
gimmick.
still have it as an option.
Well, not only was it gimmicky, but the biggest thing to me was like when you watched the 3D TVs that I saw when I was at the various demos and stuff from the manufacturers. When I was looking at the content on the television, it wasn't like the real D or the other stuff you see in the movie theater. Instead, it looked like 3D Viewmaster. It looked like
It really did.
a series of
Yeah.
two-dimensional images that were just like layered, and it was like the old Viewmasters as a kid, and it did not look right. And you're just like, oh my god, did somebody just cut out
Yeah.
a bunch of freaking paper puppets and they're freaking
They pushed it too soon. Now, if you like, again, that was I think it was like a last ditch effort from companies to try to retain video sales because we were in this era where Netflix just switched over from like a mail-in service to a streaming service. They saw the writing on the wall.
actually
They started pushing like all these 3D movie options.
what it was is it started coming out. Actually, the movies was one thing, but the televisions for your home, it was the high definition television had been out for a few years, and now we started to see where what used to be a $2,000 to $3,000 TV was dropping down below $1,000, and the average 42 to 50-inch television was costing only around $500. So there was the cost had come down dramatically, and they wanted something new.
They wanted a high-end option.
We needed a high-end option, but we also need something to drive people. Why did they need to go get a new TV? Because they just got done getting their high-def TV. And that already had caused a lot of price erosion when they were first introduced, because people who used to go out and buy these super expensive, where I need the high-performing regular television, when they went to go buy their first high-def TV back in the day, it didn't matter whether all they wanted was a panel and size. They stopped caring about whether they got the Sony XBR or any of those, because the picture quality, even on the cheapest 42-inch panel, was so much better than anything they had been watching before, that people just came in and just wanted big and flat. And that's all the people stopped telling you when they say, oh yeah, I have a Sony this, or I have a this. They just start, yeah, I got a 50-inch flat screen.
I got plasma.
I got a plasma. I got an LC. I got an LED. That's all people told you. It was crazy.
I remember the plasma TVs and the whole thing.
Things?
Like they're talking about, like, don't forget after X number of years, you're going to have to recharge it. Like, no, bro, no one's going to recharge their plasma. We're going to get a new TV.
Like the colors and
that was a bunch of BS that people were saying to sell you. You needed to buy the service plan because we're going to recharge the plasma was included. That was a bubkiss bullshit thing. There was no plasma to recharge.
I know, but that's crazy, isn't it?
But you say you're going to recharge. It's like, isn't it recharging as we speak? Because that's how I'm able to see it. That's what I'm doing right now. It's charging.
It was just something to say. It was techno mumbo jumbo to sell extended warranties.
Plasma
Biggie
curve.
says these new TVs last about 4 years and die. I think that's going to be brand specific too. If you get like a Samsung or a LG. LG is surprisingly like the leader in televisions.
The one I have in my living room here, I've had for the last 10 years. So
yeah.
It's definitely, if you go to Walmart or Target and you get like the TLC or the shit like that, you're looking at a short shelf life for them for sure. But if you go get a Samsung or an LG, you're in pretty good shape. LGs are they used to be a top tier phone, but they crush it on the TV market. They're like always the one with the leading edge screen and shit that everyone else is like a year behind.
Yeah, but LG's been around forever. A lot of people don't even know that. They were that lucky gold star.
Yeah, and that's what Iron Man was rocking in the first Iron Man movie. The phone he had when the Humvee convoy got attacked, and he flips it up and it turns sideways like a T.
So I used to work in the cell phone industry, and we that phone came out. It didn't really sell that well. It was like,
Yeah, my brother had one. Like I remember, that was like the first thing he did when he got out of basic training in the Air Force,
yeah.
and he was getting settled in. He went and got a new phone, and that was the phone. It was like it was cool, you know.
It was that
flipped
one before
sideways.
that. Remember the Matrix phone, the flipped Matrix phone everybody wanted to get.
I remember the
just
sidekick.
yeah, the sidekick. Remember that thing? Oh
Yeah, it
man.
had
I
like the
remember
little
my
swivel ball on
Nokia
the
from
side.
Armageddon that everybody wanted. It was like the first small one that you could have.
Every time I think
The
Nokia, I think of Jurassic Park 3.
same.
Yeah.
The Envy was like
Oh my
everyone's
goodness,
favorite
I
phone when I was in
remember.
high school.
Now
The
I'm
full
gonna.
keyboard,
I
you
remember
flipped up this
when
way.
Jurassic Park,
Oh, that's
first
messed
Jurassic
up.
Park came out. We used that to demo hi-fi VCRs to customers and why they should buy a hi-fi VCR instead of a standard VCR, because you could use the opening credits. When you played it, you could hear all the little background animal noises and stuff on a hi-fi VCR, but on a regular stereo VCR you couldn't hear it. It was crazy. That's how back in the day when VCRs were expensive enough that we had to demo them to customers to get them to buy the better.
They're expensive again, right? Because they're hard to find.
I have no idea, but that's how damn old I am. Shit.
Doran said the Razor. They've redone the Razors too in like
Oh,
modern
Yeah,
times.
they keep trying to bring back the Razor. It's there, but no one cares. Like, believe it or not, there are some cell phones that are out there because a lot of older people, and what I mean by older people, I mean like older
Me,
people.
yeah.
No, not
Yeah.
you, Rob.
Yeah,
Older
no,
than
no,
you,
The
man.
jitterbug.
Like,
Yeah,
like
we're talking
Hey.
about like my father-in-law, man. We gave him a
mid
regular phone.
40s.
Mid
A regular
40s.
phone, which is still a cell phone though, surprisingly, you know.
I every time I see these ads for like the foldable phone, I go, "Hey, we had that a long time ago, man. What the hell's the big deal?"
I feel like Vizio, like a Vizio is like the top of the line for not name brand. Like it's a recognizable brand, but the tech and stuff in it, it would be the top of the line for like
It
your
is
first tier of not name brand.
it's a lower brand typically.
I enjoyed my Vizio. I had a Vizio at one time. I enjoyed it. It was always good to me.
I have a Vizio
Amazing how the
Blu-ray
original.
player.
Oh, they really do. The original Jurassic Park holds up really, really well.
Oh,
I
definitely.
just got
Roku, yeah.
Roku. There's a lot of TVs that and I noticed because I look at
They're
TVs all the
TLC.
time,
Yeah,
and
Roku
yeah,
TVs.
they have
They're cheap.
Roku built in as a
I
selling
have one
point for it.
as my second TV.
Yeah.
And then they've got some that have Roku built in, some that have. God, what's another one I saw? I think I saw one that has like the new Chrome TV or Google TV
Yeah.
built in. How Google
Yeah.
switched from just a standard Chromecast to a Google TV that comes with a remote now.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, I got a Roku TV in my bedroom, so it's
Yeah.
but it's a
they're
JVC.
nice for a second. I think mine's like a TLC, but they're great for a secondary TV or something. It's like, oh, okay, yeah, put the Roku in it. Just it's.
I feel like they would be good for a security camera monitor, and that's about it.
Well, I just use a regular
I'm
computer.
spoiled.
A regular computer monitor will work fine for that, brother.
Oh, a Spectre. That's what my brother has. That was one of the first, one of the earlier 4K brands that came up. I don't even know if they're still around anymore. If they are,
Yeah, no,
if
they're
it's
a
just
Walmart brand.
Yeah,
I
they're
was
still
about to
around.
say that. I thought they might just be an online brand or something. But my brother has one, and like he got a 4K TV before me, and it's probably like a 40-something inch, maybe a 50-inch. And I went and checked it out. I'm like, this doesn't look that impressive. Blah blah blah. I ended up getting I think it's like a 70-inch Samsung, like a year or two later. And then when my brother came over to my house and he saw the TV, he's like, what the hell? And he didn't realize that he had never been watching his TV in 4K because with his TV, he had to go into the settings and set all the settings correctly to get it to operate in 4K. It was just set without the frame rate up. It was set to low frame rate and all kinds of stuff. But it still just looks like a high-end 1080 picture when you look at it. There's like this whole depth of motion thing that you get with a good 4K TV that you don't get without it. And also some of the TVs don't even have it unless you get into the settings and adjust the stuff.
Yeah, factory settings are the worst on like every TV.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, they're usually set because they don't know which TV is going to be set up on the bright showroom floor. They're
Mhm.
set up so that way they'll look good under bright, harsh lighting, and try to overemphasize the reds and some other stuff. But anyway, speaking of TV, did you see anything good on TV this week, Mark?
No. Just
No, that sucks.
I haven't, bro. I haven't finished. I haven't watched the Kenny Omega match from Wednesday yet.
Oh,
I haven't
I saw
watched Superman and Lois yet.
Well, did you
I
hear
haven't
what
done
happened to
nothing.
Mark Callis?
Don
Mark
Callis.
Callis, yeah.
I saw him get jumped, but are you talking about like kayfabe or not kayfabe?
No, he
Not
got
David.
he got legitimately cut. So they did
Like
this
by a
whole little
knife?
no
By Mox.
Well, Moxley was kind of caused it, but it was a weird thing, right? So he's doing his little promo in the back and stuff like that. He's talking to the guys, and then you see the Bullet Club, not the Bullet Club,
Daily.
the
Blackpool.
Blackpool, yeah, the Blackpool Club come out and they start beating up. And Callis is just standing there. First of all, he has his hand out because he's about to shake this guy's hand. He's just standing there with his hands out, looking like an idiot. And then Moxley clocked him. But when he fell, he hit a light stand, and he cut him open so deep that the announcer said you could see his skull.
That's not very deep. Your skull's your head
Yeah, but
skin's pretty thin. That's
deep
serious
enough.
though. That's definitely serious.
So when they showed it, they showed the blood, and that was legit blood. That wasn't like a staged event or a
Superficial cut.
blading.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
That sucks. I'm glad it wasn't something intentional though. Like I was
No, it
worried
wasn't
for a
intentional.
second because I know Mox just did that whole interview with his wife on her show. Like he seems annoyed. He always seems annoyed. He just wants to wrestle and cut himself open in the ring to get his rocks off.
mhm.
But it's a weird little angle they're doing, the Blackpool. I guess they're just trying to make them heels again, just going around just jumping everybody. Because for a while there, especially since they were going after the JSA so big, everyone's kind of started rooting for them instead of them being the bad guys, you know.
Yeah.
They have successfully turned them. It's just weird seeing Claudio join them during their whole positive era. And now,
Yeah.
like, I just don't, man, like, y'all made Claudio up to be such a face. And now this is just him tripping over people running to the ring to jump them and shit.
But he's like a secondary villain now. He's not even like the main stage because Moxley's the main stage. And then now you got Daniel, who's going to be the major villain now, which I thought was weird because, you know, did he just come back from being a face? So I guess we need to have one major baby face in the company, which apparently is going to be Adam Cole.
Is Adam Cole going? That's the match I haven't watched yet, is the Adam Cole match. Because he just finally turned back.
It was
fine. Yeah, it was fine. It was nothing crazy about it. But, he's going to be the face of AEW right now.
It's been actually it was actually pretty not good considering what you're used to and you're expecting him to come back. And instead it's just him being ground controlled most of the frickin'.
Mm-hmm. And Matt's
This
out
the
too.
definition. Is what, Petty? Who's out?
Matt Jackson's out. He's gonna
What
be out
happened
for a bit. Histories with back problems.
Oh, okay. Yeah, them dudes are wild. They put on such a good show, like their gimmick or not. They're just such phenomenal in-ring performers.
Yeah. So Matt Jackson's gonna be out for a while.
That's when
they're
they're all access. Is he?
Doesn't that
I was
start this
watching it.
week
I was
that-
watching it, but I wasn't. And all it was to me was them shooting on this one on Thunder Rosa.
Oh,
my
God! I was about to say.
They were
I was about to
shooting
say,
on
please,
her bad.
please say Thunder Rosa. Please say Thunder Rosa, dude. She deserves every bit of it.
They were shooting on her. She's pretty much out. That's
Yeah,
that
she's
show.
been out. She
No, I
bailed
mean
on her
out.
own. Yeah, she bailed on her own and went down to Mexico, and just running little shows down there.
That show to me was so weird, and so it's very different than anything you would ever get from WWE, right? Because first of all, it's like, hey, we have this kayfabe thing, but now we're gonna take kayfabe away and let you look directly into what.
Well, the
our
thing
product-
is,
what's going on. And then
they
we're gonna let our
recognize that
people-
you already can.
huh?
Like they recognize that in this day and age, you already have that access. So what they're doing is just capping on the television spot for it. They already do it on social media. You have like Being the Elite. You have Renee doing these interviews with him outside of K. The
Well,
only person
AEW
that respects kayfabe at all is MJF. Everyone else, they act in the ring and then they're themselves out of the ring.
Well, that's
Yeah,
because
I don't-
MJF is actually that kind of guy in real life. So I know.
Probably.
No,
Well, I've
he
seen him.
is.
I've seen
No,
him.
he
I've seen him
is.
put his guard. I've seen clips of him putting his guard down and stuff and dropping the gimmick, but he tries to hold it as much as he can.
So there's a wrestler. His name is Liam Davis. He's an indie wrestler over in Long Island. So a lot of people know that MJF comes from Creative Pro Wrestler, and stuff. So all these guys from Creative Pro are there. So Liam Davis is a wrestler there. I known him long time ago. He's an old friend from work. And I talked to him about MJF. He's like, no, dude, that's the real guy. You're not.
Damn.
He's not playing the game. That's who he is. Now, of course, it's taken up to an extra level, but the character that he's playing is it's him.
Exaggerated version of himself.
Yeah, it's an exact, and it's when you go to like conventions. I went to a convention a few years ago, and he was there. He was sitting there, like disgusted that he was there, and the things he would do to people is ridiculous.
Yeah,
You know what I mean?
honest to God, think he's got your homeboy fooled. Kayfabe the shit out of your homeboy too.
No, he does it to everybody.
That's what I'm saying. I'm sure you've seen clips because I've seen them, and I know you're way more well versed in this stuff than I am. But there's scenes where like his fans are coming up to him in line, and he's disrespecting them, slapping shit out of their hands, doing all kinds of stuff, screaming in children's faces, everything. But then like there'll be a moment where someone gimmicks him back with his own gimmick and he drops it. He'll drop it for like 2 or 3 seconds, laugh, give him the good head nod, then he'll go back into character. I think he's just trying to go down in history as one of the GOATs, and he knows that this is the way to do it. This is his end to do that. Like no one else is doing what he's doing right now, and he knows that, and he's known it for a few years because he's young. I mean, he's still young.
Oh, he's really young.
Yeah, he went into this knowing if I want to be something, I've got to stand out in a business that's got so many people and so many cameras. It's like the old thing. Like, do you ever see The Prestige with Hugh Jackman and Christian Bale?
Oh yeah, that's a great movie.
How they were sent together before when they're getting into the game to go watch this old man magician and try to figure out his secret and everything. And the old man turned out to not even be an old man. He walked around like he was old everywhere, and it was all part of his gimmick to hide his props that he brought on stage that no one ever suspected because it was just inside of his old robe. I think that's MJF in a nutshell.
Yeah.
He refuses to drop it for anybody ever. Co-workers, locker room, anything.
I'm pretty sure one day he woke up and said, how am I going to go over? And this is how he made that decision. You know what I mean? He says, I'm going to go over in this way, whether people like it or not. Because, you got to admit, he draws that line and he goes over that line sometimes.
Yeah, he's a habitual line stepper. Yeah.
Sure.
So he's willing to pass that.
What was it? It was like a week or so ago, or maybe it was at the pay-per-view with him and Danielson. When they went over into the crowd and he snatched the water bottle out of that woman's hand and flung it on the kid she was holding in her arms. I'm like, oh my God.
But the best thing is seeing the kid's face. The kid's like,
he was so happy. Yeah.
They actually took that same kid and put him in the back. They took him to the back. Because again, that was a legit thing.
Yeah,
so
they're like, "Hey, look, we're sorry," and he was probably the happiest day of his life. I bet. I hope it never dries.
He got to talk to Hobbs and all that stuff.
That's amazing.
If I were him, I'd sit there and he like you said, you're trying to make yourself big and everything. And go, who's like one of the last super big kayfabe stars, right? And that's Undertaker was one of the last who was like dedicated to kayfabe, where I'm going to be this character pretty much all the time, except maybe in my private home, right? And it stands out, and so why not? I mean,
yeah, especially when he did the American Badass gimmick. I mean, he was just being him at that point.
Yeah, at that point,
and that was the weakest shit he did.
It was still over. Every bit of it, driving out on the motorcycle.
It was a different time, and now that's when he shows up. He's going to basically portray that now. He said, the Undertaker portion stuff that's retired. If when he makes appearances stuff like he did recently, it's going to be American Badass stuff.
Yeah. It is.
I still think he probably has one more
WrestleMania weekend. That is right.
But I think he has one more match in I think he wants that one match, but he doesn't know who it's
Maybe,
going to be.
yeah. But
Izzy,
DJ, the problem with WrestleMania is like, what's exciting? I mean,
let me ask
there's
real quick. I was
Bloodline.
going to ask. I know WrestleMania streams on Peacock. With
Yep.
it's included with subscription, or do you
Yeah.
have to pay extra?
No, you got to see it. You can see it.
yeah, it's part of their subscription. It's part of their
Yeah.
So
subscription.
where if you order a pay per view, it's like $50. If you just get a subscription for 1 month, it's like how much?
I think
The
it's $5
$10,
or
like
or
$5,
maybe
$10. If you want the good one, it's $10. It's
Because I
$5
just had
with
I had the
ads.
free Peacock. I'd rather just I don't
No,
do ads if I'm going to watch an event. You know.
well, when it comes to WWE event, it doesn't matter because what they do is ridiculous. So if you get the Peacock regular service, you know how it comes with ads, right? You're gonna get the ads. But here's the funny thing: if you get the premium service, you're gonna get ads. You're just gonna get different ads.
Yeah,
That's what they do. You're gonna get wrestling-based ads. So
it's so annoying.
it's so stupid, and it's wrestlers that you don't even see for like it's been months since you've seen these guys. So
That's why I usually wait and watch it on the replay almost so I can fast forward to so much of that
I
stuff.
know, right? I'll be sitting down and watching them. Sometimes I'm just falling asleep watching it and things like that.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
That's exactly it. But I mean, I mean, what matches really are you? I mean, it's like, am I interested in the Cody Rhodes match? I'm interested in the outcome. Not really care too much about watching the match itself because Roman doesn't do anything other than a spear and a Superman punch himself. That's all his two moves, and so I only expect so much out of that match. And other than that, I'm trying to think what match I really care about. Maybe the Rhea Ripley Charlotte Flair match.
I want to see Logan Paul and Seth Rollins just to see what kind of crazy stuff these two guys are going to do.
Mm.
And I want to see Edge and the Demon now. We're going to get the Demon.
Oh, I guess yeah, because we're gonna get Demon and we're gonna get Edge doing Brood stuff because I guess they're bringing back
Gangrel.
Gangrel for the entrance and something is what. Yeah.
Yo, his knees are so bad.
Well, he's not going to do much of a wrestling.
I'm just saying when he walked out in that entrance he did not long ago, he was like, I don't know if he was just sore because I know he trains, right? He trains at that spot he's got. Yeah. But that was cool.
He's going to come out. I guess they're going to do the Brood entrance, and he'll come out, and he'll probably do some side spot on the side with some other member of Judgment Day.
Christian's coming out with him as well.
So they got Christian back?
Mm-hmm.
How'd they do that? Did Christian quit AEW?
Well, he's just coming out for the Brood entrance with Gangrel.
Pretty sure. Joey, I'm just to reference this. That is seen this. Are my comments being banned? I went back up. No, I'm the one clicking comments, and as you see, I'm at work on my off day, working every now and
then.
The
other guy with controls is up there, paying attention to his phone because he doesn't care about wrestling.
No. I sent him a message saying I'm backstage, and he got me right in. So he's doing his job.
Well, that's on his phone. Yeah, he's probably over there. And that's the only other comment I've seen.
I'm not blocking nobody.
He's surfing pictures of.
I don't think Izzy has controls over here.
Nope.
And he's trying to find some new Pokemon porn. And
the only people with controls is myself and Tyler.
Yeah.
I think the biggest question of Saturday night is going to be what's going to be the main event. And I think Dirts, we talked about it.
It should be
it should be the Rhea Ripley Charlotte.
Agreed.
Well, championship wise, yes, but I don't think build up wise. Build up wise is going to be the Usos, and I think that's why they're.
God, I don't need that. I don't care about that match all that much.
Well, there's a lot of people
care
that
about
do.
the Uso match. I care about that match more than anything. Like,
really,
dude, Sami Zayn deserves everything coming for him.
Dude, don't get me wrong. The dude has gotten over like there's no tomorrow, and that is a master class in taking a character who was stuck mid card with a crappy gimmick with the stupid conspiracy theory gimmick.
Yeah, I hated it.
And all of a sudden turning him into a character that people cared about and genuinely like.
The story's perfect.
That's great. It was a freaking masterclass in long form storytelling. And from that standpoint, sure. But at the end of the day, I know it's like it's WrestleMania. It's the time of faces. It's the bloodline thing has played its course. It's time they're dropping the belts.
They're all dropping. They're all
This is
gonna
how
drop it.
this is how I feel about WrestleMania. We're peaking. WWE's peaking right now. After WrestleMania, I am so scared because we could lose Seth, we could lose Roman, we could lose both the Usos, we could lose Brock, Cena. Half the matches at WrestleMania, we already know the outcome because Cena's not winning his and retaining the title.
Right.
I thought Lita was going to leave, but they're not even fighting for the titles at Mania. So Lita and Trish, they're still with Becky. They're still going to be there.
Yeah,
No,
there's
the
gonna be some
Lita's gonna
feuds.
have something with Trish.
Right.
That's what I'm hearing.
I'm about
It's supposed
to,
go
I'm about to
SummerSlam.
hop off here and do some work for a little bit, guys. I'll talk to y'all in a little bit.
Hopefully you have a great day, bro.
See ya.
Hey, it's Paul. Hey, Paul.
Yeah, Paul.
No, hey,
Yeah.
it's like the worst thing though. My God, did you see that Austin Theory promo in an empty ring? How bad that was.
Yeah, dude. I hate
was like,
Theory.
that
He's
was
gonna
like-
get killed.
That was like, oh, we know that you got lit up by freaking Cena in front of the
Mhm.
crowd, and we know you can't freaking do that. So we're gonna give you the opportunity to where we can edit and cut and give you the best possible promo, but we're gonna come up with some lame excuses to why you're doing it in an empty ring. That was so bad.
Well, it's the match is gonna open up. Is gonna open up tomorrow. That's gonna be the first match of the day of the night. Cena and Austin. I honestly think Cena's gonna go over. He's gonna take the title, and then what they're saying is that on Monday he's gonna drop it to somebody.
That'd be retarded.
Well-
See, that's what I'm saying. Like doing stuff like that is what kills the WWE for me. Like if you want to come back and have a title reign, like The Rock came back, had his title reign and dipped. John Cena's got Peacekeeper 2 coming up. He's got so much stuff coming up. He should do his match, lose the Theory.
Well, he shouldn't be in a title match. That's my personal opinion.
Agreed. But I don't see Cena
There's
at
no
all winning.
positive of him winning,
Right.
because if he wins, even if he dropped it the following night back to Theory, right,
Stupid.
on Monday or something, even it doesn't help Theory at all.
Right.
Nothing helps put him over. The only way that it does is Cena does the honors at Mania, right?
Well, he
But-
could drop. He could lose to Theory, but it will have to be in some kind of shenanigans.
I don't see them
approach.
letting
That's just-
Theory beat Cena at WrestleMania.
If that's the
I can
case,
see
it's
it.
bad, but
I could see it.
Man.
I could see Cena give it up.
The only way that it potentially goes is if you guys Theory really dominates the match, and at the end, somebody from like NXT who's going to be joining the main roster on Monday, like comes in and does something, and then causes him to lose it, and then he gets it back, and then it's part of this feud between this new NXT talent. But even still, that's weak to me, and it still would go like,
Mhm.
oh, well, Cena, why didn't people did the honors for you? Why is it that you now, who say that you're all about this industry and how much you
Mhm.
love this industry and everything else, you wouldn't do it back?
Well, I could actually see Cena give up the match. I could see that. Cena's, from what I've seen Cena done before in the past, I could see him do, because again, he said it perfectly clear when he cut that promo Theory. You got nothing. You lose whether I win or lose. It don't matter. You lose.
But
Right?
all Cena does is lose big matches because I just finished his showcase on WWE.
That's what these old guys
2K23.
do.
Well, not even that. I just played WWE
When was
2K23,
the last time
and
Goldberg won a match?
his showcase is like 10 matches, but every match you play are all losses. I forgot how many big losses Cena's had in his
Yeah,
life.
yeah,
So
that's
you're gonna give him another one to end his career on?
Mhm.
Yeah, well, he's not.
No, it's not,
Theory?
this is not his last match.
I don't
This
think
is not
it's
his last
I don't
match.
think it's his last match because
It's
him and The Rock still have to go one more time.
This is what you do when you work. You've gone through your end, and when you get to your end, and you're the every once in a while blue moon talent that comes back and does 1 or 2 matches a year, you come back, you build up a hype, and you lose. It's what I don't expect. Like when every match that Goldberg's shown up over the last 3 years, I didn't expect him to win a single
Mhm.
one of them. You know, that's what these guys. If they do, they're winning one and they're turning around and dropping it in the next match. You know, that's just what happens with them. They're there a short time for a short time nostalgia pop, and that's it. Move on. WrestleMania now is a great time. We can go ahead and have Roman and the bloodline thing start to dissipate because Roman's going to take his time off.
Mhm.
Jey Uso and them, they can start to reformulate how they want to tweak that gimmick now with the Uso brothers, right? And then, but more importantly, now is your time you can start to bring up some of your new talent. Not only do you have, if you have a new champion in Cody, a whole new set of rivalries to go off of, right? Because he's still fresh in the company. He's only really been 2 rivalries, and you've done everything with Roman Reigns. But now you also, for the other things, you get to bring up some more of your new NXT talent. Braun Breaker is going to be coming over.
Oh yeah.
You've got some some other guys on your undercard that you've developed that can come back. So it's.
Here's my thought. WrestleMania is always exciting. It's very predictable. It's always predictable. Every WrestleMania is predictable. And I'm going to see this one no differently. I get more excited on the Monday, the Monday on Raw, right? It may be SmackDown this time, which I would hate if it's SmackDown, to be honest, because Monday is like fresh off of it, right? So one of the best storylines I saw was way back when in WrestleMania 14 when Austin beats Shawn, right? Austin beats Shawn. They never took that storyline any further. Austin then went off to do his thing with McMahon, right?
Mhm.
But what ended up happening is that very Monday night, that's when, Triple H came out. He brought X-Pac back. But then at the end of the night, the New Age Outlaws were officially part of DX. And that's how we had the new DX.
Yeah.
That whole Raw was awesome. So I see them doing
the kickoff
something.
of the new stories.
Yeah,
I
I see them do something like that.
WrestleMania is the culmination, the end of things.
Yep, it's a hard stamp. Like we're moving forward.
I'm scared,
right? So what I'm seeing happening, and this is only if they made it happen, right? I see Jay White coming in Monday, and we start this whole Bullet Club like feud thing because I see the Good Brothers jumping in with Jay White
because they're floundering.
They're just chilling right now,
right? Because ever since what's his name got hurt, it's
So they're sitting there. You got AJ sitting in the benches right now, but then you got Jay White, who they're working on a contract, which I think they did get Jay White. I think at this point Jay White's coming, right? So you get Jay White, you get the Good Brothers, and you might even throw one more name into a mix. Maybe you bring someone from NXT to become like a fourth guy and create this new faction, which is very Bullet Club like, which I think they tried with the OC but failed.
I just hope they don't. Because the Bullet Club kind of reminds me of the Judgment Day vibes a little bit. They're good, but they're not. They're really, really gimmicky. And I agreed with everything you said. And we talked about it not last Sunday, but the previous Sunday. Yeah. But the whole thing is like, what's going on with Bray. So that's kind of what I'm holding off. I don't think all
joke. That's not happening.
They're gonna drop Dominic.
Well, Bray basically he's just mad because with him and Vince, when he came back, because I talked to him in person, he told me this personally. When he came back to the WWE, he was in his contract, it was 100% full creative control. He can do whatever you want. The reason Bray's gone right now is because Vince stepped in and is kind of controlling that. So at any time, Bray said he doesn't have to wrestle. He just likes wrestling. He does it because he enjoys the sport. If he doesn't have control, he's gone. He said that personally to me when I met him. So,
but having creative control is never a good thing for a wrestler.
Oh, if you're smart like Bray, it is. If you're good at what you do, it is. Even if you are
smart, man, you just have to be able to well, it's not even creative control. It's more of being able to have your say, right? Come up with the idea. Say, this is what I would like to do, and then
having
work
a creative
together.
Voice, but
yeah. It's the same reason why all this stuff that's happened. This is what happened with CM Punk. Before that, it's what happened with Hogan.
CM Punk did it to himself.
Yeah, but there was a little bit of that too. You know what I mean?
Agreed.
I think that we do need to segue a little bit away from, as much as this is interesting to us. And I know that there's some people in the audience, like Dr. Von Hoot and Immortal Biggie Shaq, who are down for this. I know that there's also some people who start to go, man, really, you guys are still talking about wrestling? First was wrestling and TVs. We should probably talk about something that's
Hey man, I had one of the worst days in months yesterday, so talk about wrestling is making me forget about it. So,
but I think it's fine. You guys wrap up eventually.
Did you see Mandalorian this month?
No,
I haven't seen it yet. That's the one I got to see today.
That's the episode of the season, bro. What are you talking about?
You haven't watched
Yeah.
the season?
No, I said this week's
Oh.
episode was the best episode of the season.
Oh yeah,
bar
well,
none.
because it brought together all these, everything,
Yes,
a lot of the
sir.
complaints that we had, and we'll stay away from spoilers here for you, Izzy, and everyone else. For everything that they've done, all our complaints up to this point have really been that these individual episodes, for the most part, had these weird. There was always some element that was kind of like, okay, what's this, or I don't like this, or this doesn't make any sense, or why are they doing this? And then you kind of really kind of connected a lot of these different threads now
Mhm.
got brought together, and the
Mm-hmm.
tapestry is now starting to be a little clearer. I mean, I still sit there and question, like the other episode when they did the whole stuff back on Coruscant, did it need to be that? It didn't need to be that extensive
Right.
of a thing for what they've done for where we're at thus far. It could have been done in 5 minutes, but
Mhm.
ultimately, at least now that is starting to be woven in and makes a little more sense. The stuff, from the first episode woven back in, all coming together. So it's a great episode from that standpoint. It's what you kept hoping they were going to do in the book of Boba Fett, when they kept giving you all these weird things. You kept waiting for them to tie it together,
Mhm.
and then to get it, but to actually see them do it here was very invigorating.
I
That's
like
good to hear.
the music, the little snippet of music they played right before like the last little, because like I said, I don't want to spoil anything, but as soon as I heard that little music, I was like, yes.
The only thing that didn't make that I didn't care for with this episode, and it's a Star Warsy thing, that it's a trope with them that is a problem throughout stuff, especially in the Disney trilogy, and that is this concept of time, the way that the way that things play out.
Oh,
You
they have no
one-
concept.
You have one scene that's playing out like it's in pretty short order, and you have something else that's supposed to be happening in parallel or is related to this, but it takes forever to play out,
Mhm.
I noticed that.
or they do it so fast on the screen, but you know that, hey, traveling from here, from the outer rim
Mm-hmm.
to the core, and traveling back, having a meeting with somebody, then flying back out to the outer
Is it
rim
like that?
again, all in a short period of time while this doomsday thing is happening.
Mm-hmm.
You're like, wait a second, how did he do that and back, have this conversation, and then go have this side conversation over here, get these guys engaged, get them all to get together and go do their thing, so that this thing can now come to a culmination? It's like, that just doesn't play out chronologically very well in a real time. But the same thing happened earlier when we had Din get captured on Mandalore, right? And you're like, oh,
Mhm.
okay, Grogu goes and gets Bo-Katan, but how much time does it take to, even though that was a moon to the planet, it was, a neighboring
Yeah.
moon to the planet type of thing. Still, it was like,
Yeah, Grogu moves when it's convenient for them, right? It's like most of the time he's like, "Dee, dee, dee," and then out of nowhere he's like hopping all over the place.
It's because they get that hand in the puppet gets a little tired, so they got to CGI him.
and his movement is not. It is. I mean, sorry. Watching Grogu walk is painful.
I love it. I love it. It's so stupid and cute, and I love it.
It makes a snail look fast.
It looks like a 4-year-old puppeteer. Like,
Dude, it's
doo,
bad.
doo, 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 doo.
Mhm. For real.
It is funny seeing that when you see them do, like when they pick up Grogu and it's very clear that the actor's holding him in a certain way so Grogu can make some kind of movements.
Right.
That's the part that cracks me up, because it's like, I get it, you want to do things practical, and I'm all for that. Especially with the technology we have, you could kind of do that, and they got the kind of money. But sometimes, give me something that feels a little more
The original Yoda.
natural. You know what I mean?
Norinrad has brought up this new thing. Apparently, Godzilla has crossed over into Star Wars, because we have now Moff Gideon. Moff Gideon is like Mothra. No, buddy. Hey, I know sometimes you don't know. I've done it as Moff. Moff Gideon, of course. We get that. Everyone's been talking about. He hasn't made it. Rumors are he never made it, and we now find the prison shuttle. I guess that's our spoiler that we just dropped. But it opens up the new secret of who took them, and is
Mhm.
the evidence that they find, is that legit or is that a plant? That's going to be an interesting question.
I'm more
It-
confused. My question is, why was there that piece of certain armor in the ship? Is where I'm at.
well, the evidence that they find, right? See, now you're giving away even more. I'm just
That's
saying
what
the evidence.
I was vague about it.
Come on.
It's
Yeah, I
okay,
mean,
guys.
yeah.
It's okay.
So essentially, what you end up finding, right? There's a fragment of Beskar armor found embedded inside the ship, right? And so the assumption is then, therefore, the conclusion that they come with, what you mean he was rescued by Mandalorians?
Mhm.
Well, of course, that was that something that's a plant, because we know that the Imperials or the Imperial remnants had Beskar, because that's how Mando got all his Beskar. So they could leave it there to divert people from
Mhm.
thinking something.
That was my first
Um,
thought.
the other options are that another faction of Mandalorians was involved in it, because there were Mandalorians who did work for the Imperials, the Super Commandos, which of course was made as a retro made of course as were introduced in the Clone Wars as basically a way to retcon the original Boba Fett prototype
Yep.
action figure, right? You
Mhm.
introduced this concept of the Super Commandos that worked on side Imperial, so they could have been involved, or it could be a completely different faction, and it would make sense that it could be another faction, especially given what we're seeing, our main um, covert looking to do now of trying to expand.
Yeah, I'm excited for it. So like, I guess if we're gonna talk spoilers, I think the second thing would make more sense because of what Bo is going to be doing. So we'll
See
see.
this guy just dropping the spoiler.
See,
No, you're not. There's
okay.
you just said, well, if we're gonna run it, blah 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 blah. So I'm
I
just
said the
following your
covert's looking
lead.
to expand.
All
That's
right,
kind
And
of
so
vague.
then all I said
Yeah.
was with what
Yeah.
Bo's going to be
Right.
doing. Your second theory makes a little bit more sense.
So
Still being a little vague.
without
So-
watching this episode,
Yeah.
and I honestly don't care if you drop a spoiler or not. I'm not that guy, right? But without watching this episode, I could see where Bo's going.
Right.
Like it's very clear to me what she's doing. She's working her way into the group in some way, and more importantly, to a leadership role, because that's who she is.
I will just simply say that in this episode, there's a very big character um, development change in for what she's and not so much a big change on her part, but kind of a little bit of an acceptance of a role of where
Mhm.
you expected her to go, but more of how her interplay with the armorer and this covert
Mhm.
goes. There's a big change in acceptance. Or
Mhm.
another step forward in that acceptance and understanding and stuff. So it's a bigger change, actually, more in probably the role. Not so much in Bo, but more in the armorer,
Mhm.
um, and how that armorer sees themselves and the greater role for their covert and everything else.
I love the
in the
armor.
future.
Whatever
So,
actor plays her, I love it.
what's her? Isn't
What, Katie Sackhoff?
I
No,
can't
no,
think
no.
off the top of my
no,
head.
no. Katie Sackhoff plays Bo-Katan. It's the
Mhm.
armor.
Yeah,
Is it Swallows?
yeah,
Mhm.
yeah. Her name is Swallows.
Yeah, I think she's a really good actor. Just her whole tone and vibe.
Her
with
tone
the
is
armor.
perfect.
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll be really interested to see who the character. If we ever find out if she just continues to be this mysterious armor, or whether or
Mhm.
not we ever find out, and do they tie her back to going back? You disagree. She's been indoctrinated into a cult and manipulated. Um,
Drink the Kool-Aid.
well, I mean,
He's kind of right.
so there was some of that. I mean, from if you're talking about Bo-Katan, definitely to some degree there's an element of that, but at the same time, so you had Bo, who for grew up as essentially the heir to the throne and everything else, and she was the ruler of Mandalore during the fall of Mandalore. and so she feels to a certain amount a responsibility for what happened to Mandalore, to her people being split and fragmented, that she could never bring them together the way that she felt she should have been able to bring them together in order to fight off the Empire. And because they were fragmented and everything else, there was the fall of Mandalore. And so so we had her feeling mopey and woe is me bullshit, and we saw her, living at home alone in her little place out overlooking the sea, moping into herself. And her now, because her little sect of night owls had left her and everything else. So now all of a sudden, when with her rescuing of Din and everything else, you get this kind of like, she gets to see how what a little fragment of what she was used to seeing, of her of the old Mandalore, even if it's not, the whole helmet thing wasn't her deal. She gets to see this, and it kind of reawakens in her a little bit of a passion and stuff. And then as they not know anything else, so she's happy just to be there and experience some of that, and they start to obviously bring her in. Yeah, so there's a little bit of an indoctrination. She starts to fall into it. At the same time, it's filling a void in her life that she's felt that she's had. And now we get to see this next step as she gets to go. Now the covert and the armor is going to sit there and say, okay, yes, now you've accepted our stuff. Now I'm going to accept you and your role, and I need you to take this next step if we're really going to take back Mandalore and we're really going to become a united people again, understanding that that's not the role that the armor is going to play, but that's the role that Bo-Katan can play. So it's really going to be interesting to see how that goes, because obviously Din Djarin with the Darksaber is going to have something to play with all this. Potentially, we're going to come across, it's going to give us a chance to come across Sabine Wren. And so there'll be some interesting stuff that's going to play out of all this, I think. So I'm excited, man. I mean,
me too. I've been saying it to Marcus for the past couple of weeks. Like, hey, man, where this is going, it's going to blow the doors off everything. So.
I mean, this is very much this is your classic. This is a new twist on taking. I'm looking at it as very much the Din Djarin, right? This is our Luke Skywalker. This and Bo-Katan's our Princess Leia type thing, and this is this new taking a type of story and telling it in a different way with different characters that aren't necessarily tied directly to the Force and all this other stuff. And I'm enjoying it like crazy.
Yeah, me too, man. I'm so excited.
I was an old Star Wars nerd. It makes me fully aroused.
Side note, have you guys seen the trailer for the new Nicolas Cage movie, Renfield or whatever?
Oh.
Yeah, dude. I saw the full trailer last night.
Did you see the red band?
No, I haven't.
There's a red band.
Is there? So I seen the first trailer and I was like, man, this looks so stupid. It was like a 30 or 40-second trailer, and then the full one dropped yesterday or the day before, and I watched it and I was like, okay, I'm super excited for this movie.
So with that movie, what a lot of people don't know is one of the co-writers of the movie is Robert Kirkman.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
that's dope.
So he co-wrote it. So
it's I don't know the actor's name, but it's the same dude who was in the old movie where he was I don't know, it was some comedy.
Well, he plays Beast. He's Beast.
Well, it was not the other character in it. The dude he was in man, it was some zombie movie where everybody were zombies, but he was like talking to the camera the whole time as a zombie. The other guy who's in that movie, I forget what freaking movie that is.
Which Beast are we talking about? Frasier? Or is it the guy who was Jack?
I think that's someone's television talking.
It's AR.
I'm trying to see who the actors in Renfield. So of course Nicolas Cage, who is gonna kill it as Dracula. Let's see here. Nicholas Hoult, obviously, he's playing Renfield. Ben Schwartz, that's what you're talking about?
No, Nicholas Hoult. What movie was he in?
Well, Nicholas Hoult, he's Beast.
He's Beast, yeah.
Right. No, hang on. It was some zombie movie.
Oh yeah, what was it? iZombie? Is that what it's called?
Warm Bodies. Warm Bodies.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
Okay,
I know.
That's what I was talking about.
Yeah, I was thinking of him as Jack and the Beanstalk.
He was in Mad
Yeah,
Max
I think
too.
He was in that.
Yeah, he was in Mad Max.
Hmm.
Oh yeah, he was great in Mad Max.
Clash of
Little
the
Scar
Titans
buddy.
too.
No, he's one of those actors that's been around, man. He's been doing a lot of stuff, man. He's also in another movie called The Menu that came out not that long ago.
Yep.
So yeah, he's been
Yeah, he
doing
was
it,
great
man.
in the
Hmm. Yeah, I'm excited for it now. It looks a
So
lot better. than,
anything he
I
does,
thought.
man, he's just one of those types of actors. I think he was some people even talk about him playing Superman possibly. Which I can see. If you look at images of him, you can see it.
Just give me The Rock as Superman. I'll be happy.
Oh, The Rock.
Ben
I don't think The Rock will ever
Gordon.
touch another DC
Kidding.
movie.
Kidding.
The Rock will never touch another DC movie, according to West.
The Rock or man, who's the dude in the Transporter movies?
Shia LaBeouf.
No.
Have a good one, DVH.
Or Cranked. Who's the actor in Cranked? That dude.
Jason Statham.
Yeah,
Statham.
Jason Statham as Superman.
Yeah, with the with the haircut, no hair,
No hair.
no hair Superman.
Or Vin Diesel, man. I'd be cool with him.
Family,
Oh, I've always thought of him as Superman.
Just got cast as Superman. In an animated show.
family.
Dead.
He says it in Iron Giant, so he already has practice.
There you go. Yeah. So, but Renfield, man, looks great, man. That movie looks awesome. I can't wait to see that thing.
Yeah, it looks fun.
Yeah.
You
Like
guys have finished
Aquafina's playing her
watching it?
typical Aquafina role, but come on, man. Nicolas Cage as Dracula.
Mhm.
How can you go wrong with that, man? So I'm definitely gonna see that. Anybody seen the D&D this weekend?
I haven't, but I've heard
I've
it's
heard
really
great
good.
things.
Yeah.
I got
I'm
the
sorry. That's a movie to me. I'll watch it when I'm at home. I'm not going
Right.
to the theater
Same.
to pay
Same.
to go see a Dungeons and Dragons movie. I don't need people. It's bad enough people going to see me go out in public with my own face on me and on my gear when I'm walking in public or at a comic with stacks of comics and other stuff. I don't need people thinking I'm actual a D&D enthusiast too. Man, my wife will leave me. She'll say, "Little, I thought you, I could tolerate you being a nerd, a bit of a geek, but man, I didn't know you were a fucking nerd." No, I'm just kidding.
Oh, I'm a nerd, bro.
My wife played D&D. She's
I am not a D&D guy, and I'm excited for this movie.
I don't know. I just for some reason I'm just like, oh, okay, this is like it looks like kind of an action comedy that I could watch at home. There's no reason for me to go to the theater for the theater experience for that because there's people outside
Mm-hmm.
and I don't like
That's a good way of looking at it.
Dude,
I'll go out
I'm
for
the same
certain
way.
things, for certain, there's things to go that are worth going out for and dealing with people. But
I'm so
Dungeons and
OCD.
Dragons
I'm
not
so OCD at a theater though. If like somebody sits behind me or in front of me, I'll straight up like turn around or the people in front of me and say, "Hey, I'm going to move seats, but it's nothing against you guys, so they don't feel like I'm being rude." I'm just very weird about people sitting behind me, and I'm like on edge the whole
are
time.
you afraid? Are you like a mafio?
No,
informer?
dude.
You
So,
afraid someone's gonna sit in the theater behind you and double tap you in the
dude,
back of your
it's
head?
just
He doesn't like getting kicked.
So
in the
your-
back.
I don't-
your head's
I don't-
in the
I don't like
popcorn,
people- I
and
don't like-
people only when the lights come up, they find you sitting there
Right.
with blood red popcorn.
Yep.
Just like, yeah.
I'm old school, man.
I'm
I don't
with
like,
you,
I don't
Dirts,
like
though.
people being behind me. It's my old school gangster.
I mean,
Yeah,
I get it.
but
When I go to a
realize,
restaurant, I always sit with my back against the wall and I want to see the door. I want to see who's
Mhm.
coming in at me. I
Mhm.
hate sitting in with my back to the door
Right.
at
Same.
a restaurant or other things like that. But
Yeah.
you know,
If you're gonna shoot me in the face.
that's right. Exactly. I want to take that load to my face. I mean, wait a second, that's not right.
No, for me it ends up being like I don't like when people sit in the back. I hate when I see a kid sitting behind me because
No.
that's the kid that's always kicking the chair,
God.
and it drives me crazy.
That's
And
the
I'm
nice
very-
thing about the recliners now is
Yeah.
they're so far
Get in their
back
lap.
between with the ADA compliant aisle with when the feet are up. There's no kid, even Kareem Abdul-Jabbar's kid ain't fucking reaching out and kicking the back of my chair while he's in his seat. But
Yeah,
As long as
My
he's in his-
theater I go to, it still has like the old fashioned seatings. It's a good theater, and I like it because it's usually not crowded.
mhm.
It's in a shopping center, but it's not crowded. And I always catch the movies. And it could be any movie, and I usually see my movies on Thursday nights anyway, where I go in and there's only a handful of people there, and no matter how big the movie is, I get a nice seat. I get nice, privacy. I get the seat I want because I'm the guy that sits right smack in the middle. I want that nice view of the movie, and I'm happy. That's it, But yeah, I want to see D&D. I'm with you guys. I get it, but the clips I've seen makes me want to see it more because there's some funny scenes in this movie.
But why is it a funny movie? So like I know about the whole D, like I played D&D back in the day as a kid, but I'm too competitive, and the whole like dungeon master basically making things up on the spot, it wasn't for me as a kid. I got too mad and I stopped playing. But I know all the lore and the whole like world of D&D, and it's not like a funny satire type franchise or world. And I mean,
my campaigns have always been uniquely funny.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, funny like that, but the world, if you would think of the world of D&D, you wouldn't think of it as like a joke or kind of a funny. You think of it more of a serious thing.
Do you want to actually make some money off of a movie, or
Well,
do you want to make a movie that appeals
that was,
to just a
that was
small,
what I
narrow
was.
set
That was
of-
what I was.
Well, I think that's
about
the
to
point.
say is you
I think
have
they're
to sell something.
They're trying to go with those people that don't normally, play D&D.
As
But I think
Taylor
there
said.
are elements.
Agreed.
And again, I don't know. I can't talk to it because I'm not a D&D guy. I only been surrounded by a whole bunch of D&D guys, right? But there are elements of it. Like the scene that I saw was very D&D like, where you have to ask questions, but they play jokes on it, right?
Mhm.
And that was the part that was fun, that made it funny, because it's this one scene with Chris Pine's character, who looks great, by the way, and he's talking to a dead corpse, and he has to ask him 5 questions. The problem is he's asking questions to everyone in the group, and the dead corpse is counting them towards the questions.
Nice.
So he's like, "What am I supposed to say?" And the dead corpse is like, "That's pretty much a question." So he answers that question. So the whole concept is that you have to ask these 5 questions, and then he dies again. So, and that scene played for really good laughs in the theater because we saw a clip of it in the theater. So I'm excited for things like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, that Chris Pine's, super charismatic. That whole cast looks great. That's why I want to see Dungeons and Dragons. I
Yeah.
think it's a funny idea.
Michelle Rodriguez too, man. She looks.
Tom Cruise, what do you think?
I think only pussies play D&D and real men do wrestling. So if you play D&D, you're a vagina. That's bad.
What if you're a D&D campaign and you're all wrestlers?
Lady F, Biggie, what's up?
Doesn't matter. If you're a wrestler, you should be wrestling. I'm not playing D&D like a pussy. I do.
But, hey, my dudes, I got to get going to work, so I hope you guys have a beautiful day.
You guys with your going to work stuff, man. I tell you,
I'm currently working. I got my email right there.
Yeah.
And I'm waiting for an email to come in to say, "Hey, can you do this?"
Hey,
and
man,
that's my opportunity.
They pay me pretty good for my company, so I can't complain. So
yeah. All right.
But you guys have a great day. I appreciate you.
Easy,
guys.
Durs.
Take it easy, Durs.
Later, guys. Or Durs.
Later, man.
How's it going, Biggie?
Yeah, I have my
Lady F?
Power Rangers
Pretty good.
campaign that I'm building right now, right here. I have.
Oh God, that's it. I'm out of here.
Rob, you joining that?
The only way you could make it worse for me is if it was a Pokemon freaking role playing game.
You can play a Pokemon in that Power Rangers universe if you want.
Oh yeah, a clever dungeon master would make that happen.
Yeah.
There you go.
Oh my God.
Yeah, I'm not a big Power Ranger guys after my time.
Yeah.
My little brother's into the Power Rangers and the Pokemon. He used to go to the little tournaments, the Pokemon tournaments or whatever.
Yeah.
I thought
We
it
got
was
hugged by
stupid.
We had back in my day it was more. We had our Ultraman, we had our Johnny Sacco and his fighting robot. We had our friggin'
Stretch
Space
Armstrong,
Giants.
man. Come on, Stretch
Space-
Armstrong.
Well, I'm talking about like man in giant rubber suit in little small scale buildings, robot fights and stuff. We had all that in Space Giants and all this other stuff. Then later on we could get for Voltron and stuff. We didn't have any Power Rangers. So it was
Voltron was so much fun when you had to get the cats and put them together, and they were made out of metal. So if you threw it at a kid, you could break their head.
Stitches. Snitches get stitches.
She's like, what? bam, just hit him with that metal.
I mean, I get that Power Rangers is super popular amongst a whole sect of people or age group. There's a certain point, there's an age where it's super popular, and I was it's just after my time, and so I just don't get it. But that's fine.
Yeah, but
There's
you
lots.
like big connecting robots, all
Robotech.
S5 pilots all having to work together in a.
Well, I was never really a
mech.
Voltron guy
Shit.
either. I was never a Voltron guy either. So that wasn't I liked my robots as separate individual robots.
I've always
really.
wondered, what's your responsibility as the foot?
Well, there was a funny episode of Go Teen Titans.
Yes,
Go.
left foot,
Exactly.
left leg. Yes, this is a great one.
Where they had that whole thing. Yeah, it was kind of crazy.
And it was Robin, and Robin worked out his leg, so his leg was jacked.
Just one leg.
Because that was the only part of his body that he worked out. His leg was jacked, and he's like, left leg.
Got this great morons in history, Dan.
Wow,
Quayle,
Dan Quayle. That's a
where you have
name I
George,
haven't seen in a long time.
George Bush moth flying through his head. I love this
Spell
shit.
potato.
Yeah,
but you know what?
broccoli.
Don't you almost
Is that-
wish you had Dan Quayle again at this point?
I mean, honestly, yeah, I do. At this point, it's like,
That
but-
book, that Barbie books might be worth something. We got a Barbie movie coming out.
Yeah, there was a door hanger that came with it, and it said, please go away. I'm reading my Barbie comics right now, but I had to give it to my buddy at work because it's fucking hilarious. But
Did you know that? Did you know that Superman and the Justice League did a robot version series? Did y'all know that?
This is the last issue of
DC Mac.
Submariner.
Oh yeah, I know what you're talking about. DC Mech, yeah.
That might have been what it was called. I can't remember. I got a few issues. It's not
it
bad.
came out a few months ago, right?
No, this was years ago.
Hulk
Oh,
goes to the
that
amusement
book.
park?
That book is
Garbage, right?
no, that book has some controversy behind it.
Did it? No
Yeah.
shit.
Yeah.
Well, it's because of the image. Do you know who
So-
that is an image of?
Yes. So this is Amy Grant, a Christian singer, and they used her cover without her consent, and so there was some controversy because they didn't get her consent. They had to pull it.
And it's in an occult book. So think about that for a second. What was this? This was the 90s. It looks like.
Yeah, this was like 92,
Where's
90,
Jada Sykes?
1990. 1990.
Oh yeah, I remember that.
He's like a
Yeah.
celebrity.
I love Amy Grant, bro. As a kid, I loved it.
Mhm.
Fucking loved it. Baby, baby. Thinking with the ocean. I love you with the sweetest of devotion. All right, whatever.
Spider-Man, His Amazing Friends. That was one of my cartoons that growing up as a
Oh,
kid.
yeah.
That I watched that all
I
the
actually
time.
just got my copy back from grading recently.
I had this already, but I got it because I'm dumb.
It's all
Yeah.
good.
Yeah, that's it. I mean, I had a bunch of, but I just got this in the mail from SD Rum. He's a cool guy on Instagram. You guys should check him out. If you,
I'm hoping the Amazing Friends show up at some point, like in the MCU. Yeah, you just.
Stop
I wouldn't take that away from them.
Baby, I'm so glad you're mine. Ever since the day you put my heart in motion, baby, I realize there's just no getting over you.
There we go.
Damn.
Remember it. I can't believe I remember it since I was in the 4th grade.
Sound like you just jumped off the.
I know. I got it.
What is it called?
Somebody grab my nuts.
Space Mountain. You just
Yeah.
visited Space Mountain recently.
Speaking of Space Mountain, anybody picking up Ric Flair? Because I'm picking that thing up. It's coming out this week from the Ric Flair comic.
Sounds great.
Ooh,
Yeah,
it's just no hangover. Rick.
I get mad when people shit on Hogan and they say how bad a wrestler he was, and if people took 10 minutes to look at Ric Flair's fucking shit he's done in his life,
Yeah,
they'd
but
run
Ric
him
Flair
off.
got alligator shoes. So
Right.
come on.
Yeah, everybody loves Ric Flair.
The difference between Ric Flair and Hulk Hogan is that Ric Flair was actually talented in the ring.
Get the fuck out of here, bro. He wrestled one match his whole career. You're gonna tell me that's talent?
I'm getting
Hogan had handlebar mustache, brother.
Well, I was a big Hogan fan.
Me too.
We've seen what Flair drew.
You gotta, I think that there's an important thing to separate. When you think of Hogan, most people think of how the character and the way that it was played in most of the classic WWE stuff and stuff, with how he played this kind of superhero type kind of image, and people kind of see that as like a certain match, but that's what people wanted here in America, and that's what he delivered. When he went to Japan and he went to other places, he wrestled a different type of style to match what people wanted.
Yeah.
And he worked some really good matches, but he wrestled the style of the fans for where he was and what they wanted to see from him.
Hogan usually during his matches, he usually faced guys that were slightly bigger than him. He never really faced anybody smaller than him, and Hogan was a big guy. So when he would fight, he would always play, as the term goes, selling. He would always get beat up, and then towards the last couple of minutes of the match, that's when he starts getting his Hulk up business.
Yeah, a lot better than Ric Flair's whole begging for mercy bullshit, right?
So I have something to say. You guys know that channel, Thinking Critical?
Yes.
It's not supposed to be thinking critical, because if you're thinking, that's a verb, that's a gerund. You can only use adverbs to describe verbs. He's thinking critically. That name, it's like, so are you thinking critically? Because you didn't even call yourself correct.
Interesting.
Grammatically, it bothers the shit. You're not thinking critical, because if you were, it'd be thinking critically. But
But if it's a name, does the grammatics matter?
One could say no, but it bothers me to such an extent that you would name yourself a verb or a gerund and then not use an adjective to describe yourself if you're calling yourself a fucking verb. But damn. Fuck lady. Fuck you, Joe. Or are you saying fuck, comma, lady? Like, fuck, lady. You just like blown my mind, or like, fuck, lady. Fuck, lady. It's probably the latter, and that's all right. But
fuck
anyway.
Truly is a wonderful word.
Fucking fuck. I'm naming myself the actual fuck. Actually, fuck. Face. I'm in a mood, man. I'm in a mood for America. Give me all your guns and your wrestling.
I tell you the other thing about Flair is, like, everybody likes to talk about how much he drank. How about we talk about how much fucking crack he smoked?
All right, how much?
The fact that he's still living is insane.
A lot more than alcohol. A lot more than alcohol. Just put it that way.
A lot of those guys did that.
I've told this story before on Big's thing, but I actually got to hang out with Razor Ramon one summer.
Scott Hall?
I worked on his property. And I'll never forget what he said, which is, I said to the judge, have you ever been thrown by the giant through a table? Why can't I have a few drinks? I'll never forget that. But he was great. He would come out and hang out with us and tell us stories.
Yeah, he seems like the best.
Yeah, when I first met him, I was like, I have a video game with you in it, man. But yeah, he was really nice. And he liked to talk about partying. He told a really great story one time about, what's his name? Randy Savage. He was always like that. 24/7. It wasn't an act.
Mm-hmm.
He just was always like that. So we would make him ask for directions, and we would make him order food.
Oh, shit.
Where are the onions?
Exactly.
There's
no cheese.
I want to have a grilled cheese sandwich.
I need extra pepperoni.
Yeah, Elizabeth, what do you want?
Eat fresh.
Oh,
He was a real
Guys,
funny guy.
I got
though.
someone knocking on my door. Give me a second.
Oh,
When I last
Cold.
saw him, he was excited about going to Japan. He was like, "They love us in Japan.
I can see that.
It's the greatest thing ever to go over there. Me and Hulk Hogan are going over there for something."
That'd
But
be
like
fun.
we're treated, just like gods in Japan.
It's
That's
weird
cool.
the things Japan likes. They were really into like, pop and I don't know, but yeah, Japan's a
young
wild
young schoolgirls.
damn!
if that's your thing, Rob,
Someone said it. That's the most obvious thing.
Yeah, man, it's like talking about
I was
Japan's
thinking
like
Neon
crack
Lights
addiction.
video games, but whatever.
We're just airing everyone's business today.
Yeah.
But I mean, it could be worse. I mean, you could be into naked tootsies and Pokemon. I mean,
$3
When I
cheeseburgers, $5 handos, clean your hands.
There you go.
I really thought
How
that
you doing
Pokey
there,
Slab
Tyler?
video was going to
I'm just
be
listening.
Tyler saying that Rob had started the Pokey Slab business. That's what I thought from the thumbnail. That's what the joke was going to be. But in the end, it was just that Pokey Rob was into it.
what's this?
Have you watched the Whack Comics Pokemon Slab service?
No, I really haven't watched much Whack comics for a while. I'm not a big fan of their. Since I became the subject of many memes, I was like, hey, it's. I know it's going on, and every once in a while I look over there, but I don't really watch with great intensity.
Biggie, what's the next book you're gonna get?
It's the first Silver Surfer.
Oh,
That's what you're hunting? All right.
that's 48. It's 48
Yep.
or 49? Okay.
48. I got 49.
Do you? Shit. I know
Yeah.
you got one of you, but you got
Yeah,
the real one
yeah.
too.
Yeah, I'm almost there. About a couple $100. It's taken me a while, but I don't just buy little $20 fucking books and act like it's a big deal. So
I do. Oh man. Yeah, that's cool. You get them fast when you say you want them. It's like shit. I wish I had
yeah,
that.
it's taking me a minute. There ain't that many minor keys for me to pull right now. I need to get the fuck out of town.
Yeah, you said you cleaned out basically where you live, so
Yeah.
But listen,
Hold
I'll
on,
give you some. I'll give you some tips about how to like search eBay and find like crazy good shit. It's about people who can't label their shit properly, so you're not gonna find deals under like the titles that you think you're gonna find it. It's gonna be in like a random comic lot or Marvel Comics, and you'll find like fucking gems just amidst like a lot of others, and it'll be going for like $20 for the lot. That's how you find some keys. I got a Young Avengers #1 director's cut in a lot of director's cuts for like $12.50. It was ridiculous. So yeah, I need to do a show on about how to give like good tips on eBay because you take advantage of the ignorant. And I hate to say that, but that's what you do. You take advantage of the individuals who don't know what they have, who label it poorly. But
it's Jeff.
My big pickup this week is Turok #1, the other one. Very
Hell
excited
yeah.
about it.
Turok's a big deal to some people.
People love Turok, man.
Yeah. I'll tell you, you know what? Southern Comic Geek, I'm going to shout him out on here. If nobody's heard of Southern Comic Geek, he is a walking Valiant dictionary. Anything that you want to know about Valiant Comics, that man will tell you. He's got so much original art from so many of those Valiant comic books. It's awesome. Like, I can't believe it, but it's great.
I didn't think awesome was the word coming, to be honest.
I didn't think either. I didn't think I could associate the word valiant and awesome, but the dedication and the extent to which this man has like devoted his life to Valiant Comics is fucking awesome. It's fucking awesome.
He could get them at good prices now.
That's right. Now he's got like a stack of infinite Turoks. He's got.
You got to get the old books and the books that what was the company that took over those characters? Was it Gold
So I
Key?
know Nintendo's at first. Like, well, you know what? I don't know, but I'll tell you.
Well, the Nintendo Valiant books are expensive.
Yes.
They're really hard to find.
It's
This
about
guy
sucking the
collects
cock.
Turok #1 so much that like I'm afraid eventually he'll come for mine one way or another.
Probably not couching and slouching, but like it's a
Ye-
good adventure. Why hasn't Mark made him a mod yet? Well, Joe, you're asking a lot of deep questions today. I may not have the answers to. What does it mean to be a mod to you? What is it? Is it a status thing? This moderator status thing? Give you a sense of control?
Who are you trying to block, Joe?
I know. You know, you're asking the right questions, Tyler. It's not about why hasn't Mark made me a mod yet. It is who is he trying to block? He's already trying to abuse those powers.
Yeah,
know.
before he has them.
You got that Machiavellian mind. You just move ahead. I don't want to be blocked. Well, you should have thought about that before asking about a wrench, because we're questioning your motives now. Reckon sneaker?
Need a wrench because I'm gonna dodge it.
All right, guys, I gotta go. Work is now actually calling, so I'll see you guys around there. It's been fun
See you, Izzy.
talking. See
See
you guys.
man. Take care,
Easy.
Izzy. Bye.
Bye, everybody.
Bye.
Wrestling.
You guys can't see it, but I'm waving.
Wrestling. Wrestling.
Yeah, he was
You
pleasant.
can wave in front of the camera still, right?
You tell me how to live my life.
Oh, I like it. Saucy.
Aggressively relaxing can sometimes be chill, but sometimes he can be assertive and aggressive.
Yeah.
No, Couchin, I have not.
See, aggressively did it right, okay? Aggressively. All right, so
Okay.
he's relaxing. His name's relaxing. That's a fucking gerund. How is he relaxing? Not aggressive, but aggressively.
Well, like
He's
anytime you
aggressively
play-
relaxing. So the keyword's relaxing. He's just doing it aggressively.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
It's a descriptor. It's a descriptor of the verb or the gerund in itself.
Will you
Right.
change your name now to like aggressive, relaxing?
Aggressive
Relaxing
Just
aggressively.
Just for Lady Fantastic.
Mine's gonna be ladily fantasticing. Ladily fantasticing. Sorry, man. I just like
Yeah, no, Couchin, I agree with you. I'm ultimately confused as well. And for those of you who are playing at home, don't understand, I dropped a video yesterday where in my CGC unboxing was this facsimile that came back as a no grade, and the grader's notes say it is coverless.
what?
Jesus.
Yeah, and you know what's funny
Was
is
it supposed to be
I
like-
swear I've seen that grade on that book before.
a no grade or a grade?
A no grade, but
Oh,
I
is
don't
there a funny
understand it
reason?
at all.
Yeah,
Like,
the only reason that's stated when you look up the grader's notes, it says coverless.
it's not a
Why?
mistake. It's a
So
funny
was it
reason,
a sketch cover maybe, and somebody ripped off the white?
or
I bought
needs
it
to
from a
have,
vet. I
like-
bought it directly from a retailer. I don't remember which retailer, but I mean,
So that's probably not likely.
I don't know. I am waiting to
They
hear
don't have
back
a
from
CPU.
CGC what their
What did you
excuse
ask
is.
them, motherfucker?
I said,
what the
hey,
fuck?
I said, hey, I have a question, or I received this book. It has
Yeah.
a no grade. It says it's coverless, but it clearly has a cover.
famous
Yeah,
cover.
I know I've seen multiple of these before. Here's another one.
Why?
I don't
That's-
know.
It's interesting.
Did it originally have like a piece of like cardboard that was stapled to it or something for it to be complete? Perhaps I don't know. I don't know the rules of CGC.
Well, it's hard to tell what it is when it's inside of a slab. So once we get past that part, we'll probably get somewhere.
I'm trying to
It's
look
probably-
to see if anyone has any information, but I'm not seeing anything. CBCS grades them.
If I would guess, it'd be like a Toy Biz thing or something. Anyways, I got to get off here. I might come back though in a minute. I appreciate y'all. I'll catch y'all
Take care,
later.
buddy. See ya.
Hey, later, big.
Yeah, I don't know.
There's multiple on eBay, and there's 9.8 on CBCS. But there's no reasoning in the descriptions or anything besides what you just said, Rob. The exact same thing.
they trying to get ahead of like a problem with facsimile scams that were happening on online sales? I don't know.
I think it's funny that gets no grade, but the completely fake book from C2E2 last year initially got a blue label and now gets a green label. And I've seen many green labels with a 9.9 and they've added staples. How do you get a 9.9 with a book with added staples?
CGC has no fucking consistency. It doesn't make any goddamn sense.
No.
There's no rhyme or reason.
Yeah. Well, I don't know.
Tell me.
If I didn't love
the only thing consistent about CGC is their inconsistency.
Their inconsistency.
Yes.
I wrote a book, right? It's called Suck It Up Old Man. It's a comic I wrote last year. You can find it for free on my Instagram, and it's great. But I want to trash a copy, right? Just put like coffee rings on it and dog ear it and make it really messed up, and then send it to CGC and say, I am the creator. This is the trashed variant. I want a perfect 10 on it. And they won't respond to my emails.
Well, you know, Comic Journey, I mean, the problem is it's actually even says right on this label. It actually even says
that's not
coverless,
CJ.
Because it says it's
there's
the
multiple happenings of the same book.
Yeah, and it's weird because it's printed right on there. It says coverless, so it's really freaking weird.
Good morning, all.
What's up?
What's going on?
I was ready to remove you quickly.
Why?
Because I didn't see you, and I added you to
Venus. Venus. What's going on? Hello, Robert. Hello, Lady F. Hello,
DJ Links.
There you go. Joe says it sort of shows you don't know shit. There you go, Rob. Is that really it, though?
Okay, I just made DJ's Links his name correct. DJing Linksley.
Okay, now here's the greatest thing, right? So it says on it, it's a Jack Kirby cover, but it's coverless.
That's an amazing first page, though.
The aliens thing needed to pop up there. I wish Mark had some.
What are you going to do with that book, Robert?
Well, I'm going to Daniel. My plan is to find out what they say about it, and then I'll go from there.
That is amazing.
They're not going to change it, just according to what I see on eBay. They're not going to fix that.
Well, but at least they can give me some kind of explanation.
CGC.
And then
they're
I
not
can decide.
going to.
I mean, ultimately, it's probably going to come out of this slab because this is what's the point?
It's. I'll be honest. It still looks cool, and the NG is like a good story to go along with.
Right, but I mean, if in fact, whatever excuse they come up with, if I can send it to CBCS and they will grade it, then I'll freaking send it to CBCS and have them grade it, man.
But
Hell,
wait a minute,
at this point,
I missed something.
I'd rather even send it to. I'll even take a freaking PGX grade on it rather than.
Wait. Could
Where's
they
the
do
cover,
like a?
Though?
What about like a turducken version of slabbing? Like, could you send that slab
to
CBCS to slab it, and then send the slab within the slab to PGX? It's a turducken of slabs. It'd be worth a lot.
And then I can get EGS to do it too.
Yeah, it would make it very valuable.
Actually, really, at this point, maybe I crack it. I send it to EGS and have them give me a custom label.
Biggie's right. It kind of makes it look like a real one.
Exactly.
Like it's missing an inside wrap or something weird.
Yeah. Or it's just the cover of an original AF-15.
Yeah.
I love that. I don't know. It's just weird.
No, I totally think it's weird. I think it's cool on the flip side too. Like I actually think it's cool, but it's so fucking weird for them to give it a coverless thing.
You would think that if it got no grade for whatever reason, that they would just not grade it, right, and not encapsulate it at all.
No, they don't. No, they don't care. They got your money, man.
But they've done that with other books before.
I don't know. Everything I've had, like when I've gotten something back with a green label and stuff, they never asked me, Do you want us to grade it as green label, or would you rather us grade it as a blue label and take the deduction? They don't ask; they just do their thing, and then
Yeah, they decide for you.
Yeah.
Good old communism.
So
You honestly don't think they'll respond to this and explain what happened?
I don't know. I've never had a problem with them not responding to something, but this one, it has been a couple days, and I haven't heard anything yet. So I'll have to follow up at some point, probably.
I will say, CGC's customer service is top notch. Their quality control is for shit.
Yeah,
Customer service is amazing.
It's generally pretty good.
Very
That's
well.
what I'm saying. That's why I'm actually surprised I haven't heard something yet back. But then again,
I just don't think they'll fix it. I think
here,
maybe they will respond, but there's not going to be a resolution.
Lady F likes to show some books. I want to show a couple books.
Show yours.
I show her what real books.
Oh my God! Don't you dare! Wow. Well, very pretty.
Mary Marvel. That's amazing.
Yeah.
Where's the cover?
It looked coverless.
Ooh.
Mystery in Space, issue 2.
Mm-hmm. It looks very like Dave Stevens got a lot of influence from that cover.
All right, there you go. That's it.
That's amazing.
What was the grade on that Mystery in Space?
3.0.
That thing is beautiful.
Awesome, man.
It's got so the issues with it are along the edge there, and then on the back there's you can see part of the cover missing there.
Oh yeah.
But otherwise, I mean, it's a beautiful looking 3.0.
That is a
whoa! What is that sound?
Oh,
there's also a sub crease in it too, which also impacts the overall grade. But
so Biggie DJ. My real name is Daniel, but DJ doesn't stand for like Daniel Jr. or anything. DJ is just the title. I was a DJ.
Put back.
Well, and my name was Link, so DJ Link.
No, it's Daniel Jones.
Daniel Johnson.
I'm a distant relative of Jim Jones.
I know you're doing it now just to screw with me, Tyler, but you really can't take me off the large.
I actually didn't know. I thought you were still perusing. I thought you might be.
No, I said that was it.
Else. Oh, I didn't hear you.
What is that? It's Jeff the Land Shark aggressively. What title is that? Is it? Is it literally? Is it about? So is it about the land shark?
Yeah.
My name's Jeff.
Oh, it came out this week.
Shark.
Yeah, it's Jeff.
His own issue.
Sorry, I've been so busy this week. I haven't had a chance to go to the comic shop. So, okay, cool. I'll have to get that. That's cute.
Oh, there's a ton of really good stuff that came out this week.
Of course, typical.
There you go, Lady F.
Rocket Man and Rocket Girl for the birds.
Sweet.
Very cool.
Yeah. I actually need to read it. I guess at some point, I keep showing it off. I should really read it, see if it's any good, or if it's just garbage. I mean, it is dynamite. Who knows? 50-50 shot, really.
For those bubble helmets, how tight do you think the collars have to be in order for or is it kind of one of those things where you flip a cup upside down and put it in the water and then there's still air in it?
Well, I think that's how they seem to think it works because they don't wear, because a lot of those bubble helmets people were, especially in the classic sci-fi stuff, they're wearing it with like short sleeve shirts and other things, which are obviously not airtight. But in reality, yeah, we know they need to be it needs to be an airtight seal, right? So
I was watching that show, The Expanse, and there was a whole group of people that had rings on their neck from years of having to deal with like the stuff you would use to seal your helmet. And just like all the people that worked in these mines all have this horrible.
That show had some great attention to detail.
That's a fantastic detail.
Because they did that. You had the whole thing with like the belters who were tall and taller and couldn't deal with gravity. Like the whole torture was just to put them on Earth gravity because they've never grown up under full gravity and stuff. That type of stuff was like some great next level detail. I thought. Phenomenal science fiction show.
They were advertising that Boom is actually putting out an Expanse comic.
There is one.
At the end of Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. I had no idea that was out there.
Yeah, I haven't read any of it. Hell, actually, to be honest, I haven't watched the show since it moved to Amazon. To be honest, but I keep meaning to go back to watch it. I just remember it was a phenomenal show.
Yeah, literally just based off the details that you guys both shared. I'm like, I want to watch it now.
You know what else is called The Expanse? My butthole.
Oh shit!
Sorry.
And nobody wants to explore that one.
Nope.
But just like The Expanse, there's people who do go around the outer rim and
Oh shit!
Speaking of the Outer Rim, we were talking Star Wars earlier. Rob, do you know who the Grisk are?
the Gris.
Yeah, the Grisk. Gysk.
No, off the top of my head.
No.
There's a lot of EU stuff I'm not as up on.
No,
Did you
I
say
understand.
EU?
Expanded universe, yes.
Oh, I was like, European Union?
Sorry.
Well, there's a ton of there's just so much Star Wars what has been put out. But the new Thrawn trilogy is all about Thrawn coming to the classic story. Thrawn, endears himself to the Empire, becomes a big deal in it, and then we see at the end of Rebels he gets sent out to space whales, never to be seen
Right.
again. Right.
I
So
like
in his
space
books, though, the reason why he does this over the period of like 4 books, we found out, is because in his universe, which is the galaxy, not universe, but the galaxy next to the galaxy we know, there's these people called the Grisk, and like they're giving everyone a hard time. And he's saying that they're eventually going to come over to our, the galaxy that we like, and give all of, the Skywalkers and whatnot a hard time. So that's where it seems like the entire bit of Star Wars is going, in my opinion. Everything is building towards this eventual big fight of the galaxy versus this other galaxy.
Well, so Star Wars has done several stories where people from outside of beyond the outer rim come in and do stuff, right? So we've had that before with in the old expanded universe stuff with all the I forget the race they were using, but in all the old Skywalker stuff with Jason and Jaina and eventually beyond Return of the Jedi stuff, there was a bunch of stories that were written with threats from beyond the outer rim, and there's been some of those that have been teased even within the current stuff. So it doesn't surprise me with that, because there's always this, even with the stuff we had in the Disney trilogy, right? You had some of the stuff with the idea that Snoke and some of them were potentially come from beyond the outer rim was teased, but even though we know that Snoke was just a weird clone now, but there was, it's always just a nice thing to go, oh yeah, from beyond the outer rim there's this unseen threat looming. And
I just know that you're really into Star Wars, and I was wondering if if you had really heard about this, because it seems to me, when you look at all of Star Wars, it seems like everything's heading towards creating a whole bunch of characters that have the same imagery that you have like Omega, and she's going to be a clone, but she'll end up being a Jedi. And then you have a little tiny Yoda, but he's actually also a Boba Fett. And then you have, Rey. In the future, you'll have all these characters that look like things that you are familiar with.
well, yeah, that's it. You're right. So the original Star Wars is a they all try to go way back, capture some of that magic everybody loves of the original, right? And so there's some that's done where it's just blatantly ripping off, such as the Force Awakens, and then there's some of it where they take the type of character tropes and kind of change them. And some of it's not really necessarily taking what's been done in Star Wars before, but remember the original Star Wars is based on a lot of the storytelling elements are taken from traditional mythology, taking these heroes quest type missions and type of stuff. So taking those character allegories and reusing them and stuff makes sense, because it's tried and true type of storytelling and some of the world building that they're doing. But there's also some great stuff that's going on with, as far as trying to do a lot of retconning, reconnecting stuff. And now you start to see some of this really some of these bigger overarching things. Like we start to see this stuff where they talk about with Omega, and now all of a sudden we just heard Pershing's, in a different part of the later on in time, after all this stuff, talking about what he's trying to do with clones, and you start talking about, oh, where to take this stuff and try to improve on the clone, and then you go back to and realizing that he's trying to basically kind of reimagine some of the stuff that the Caminos had been already doing, obviously experimenting with that, and potentially maybe Omega is this type of hybrid from two different sources, take the best DNA from the two, build a new thing. That's why this is now a clone that's not really a clone, right, of the original copy. And so we start to see a lot of these types of bringing these, take a little piece over his story, take a piece of this. Unfortunately, it really means you have to consume an inordinate amount of content to make all these connections and see all these bigger things, or else you need to read or watch stuff where somebody else does all the stuff to try to bring them all together for you, and it can make it intimidating for new people to try to get into it. But for those people who are deeply engrossed into it, it becomes very fulfilling. Um, and that's why I know, like, Lady F can probably talk the same way. Some of the stuff with Lord of the Rings is very much that way. I can't get into it because it's too intimidating for me as a newbie who doesn't care about it, but
Yeah. I mean, there's definitely dense parts. Like, so if you read the Silmarillion, it's basically like the Bible, and you can't read it like a traditional book. You have to take it like by different chapters, and different chapters have different stories, and it's just like, but like there are people who really enjoy that and get a lot of like satisfaction out of the depth of world building. And I think, it just shows, that when people think about things, or when people really invest their time, you can just have really rich worlds that are, built or whatever.
Yeah, Tolkien's special because he's like, the world building came first, and then the story is kind of a byproduct of the fact that he just was interested in making languages and maps.
Yes. So he was a philologist, which means like he studied fucking languages. But he said that ever since he was a kid, that he was obsessed with fairy tales. And he's like, every time I heard one, I wanted to create my own. And so really the storytelling came as a byproduct of him. Like, he had these ideas and was creating his own kind of world because he did love to play with languages. And it was just a vehicle for him to create new languages for new peoples in this world. But a lot of the stories came from him wanting to entertain his kids and telling the kids and like their friends and stuff stories. And so it was really, really pretty cool. And the fact that like his kids, like Christopher, came to put out the Silmarillion after his death, because it's like they, okay, Chaos, you need to just calm the fuck down with this C.S. Lewis bullshit. No, they were actually really good friends. Lewis and Tolkien, and they were in part of the same like little extracurricular reading club where they would Tolkien C.S. Lewis was one of the few people that Tolkien shared his ideas with, and they had a lot of interchanges as friends. It was really a special relationship. The Shadowlands, if you haven't seen the Shadowlands with Anthony Hopkins, it basically is kind of a biopic on C.S. Lewis, and it's really, really good stuff.
I can't think of what their group was called. It was like
yeah, I know, but I know what you're talking about. It's something about like C.S. Lewis, Tolkien, reading group. The Inklings.
Those two guys, there's a lot of parallels in their stories.
Yeah, the Inklings. Well, yeah, because Tolkien really didn't believe in God, I don't think. And then he did, or maybe Tolkien was the one that steadfast. One of them, maybe C.S. Lewis hadn't, but then he went to the war. They both served in World War One. The Inklings. They both served in World War One and were both greatly effective. I mean, how can you not be? But it informed a lot of their writing. And while Tolkien says he's not allegorical, and I think he really didn't try to be, you can't help but see that some of the stories are clearly reminiscent of the great wars and the battles he had to take place in, and he had that same kind of mindset and experience. So it made it all the more translatable and real. Yeah, Tolkien was always he was super Catholic. And then C.S. Lewis came around after he served in World War II. I knew that Tolkien was at the Battle of the Somme. I can't remember if Lewis was, but that was like one of the worst, battles of World War II.
One of the things I always liked about Tolkien's writing was, as far as it being inspired by his time serving, would be like how important, like having the hobbits having a little bit of spice or something good to eat finally. Those type of moments in the books are some of the best parts of them just being like so excited to finally eat something that isn't,
yes, that is lambus bread. Yeah, and Tolkien very much modeled hobbits after his own disposition, and he very much modeled Faramir after his own disposition, and but Faramir spent most of his time with the elves, and he loved stories and the oral tradition, and was a lover of peace and not of war. Where you saw Boromir, his brother, was kind of like the exact opposite. But Tolkien, you can see a lot of his self, and he meant the hobbits to represent basically England. Just really simple people that are not bothered with the outside world, want to have their comforts, their tea, and their old Toby and stuff. Were hobbits little bitches? Yeah, they're awesome bitches.
No,
though.
The story of the Hobbit and Lord of the Rings is definitely like, oh, you guys all messed up. The guys who just want to sit in their armchairs have finally got up and got mad.
Well, yeah, and here's the thing is like, who was Gandalf loved the hobbits, and he couldn't quite explain, why he really loved them, but he kept coming back to them. And he said, that's right, the LPs. He says, I'm down with the LPs. And he said that sometimes the greatest strengths that he sees are in the small daily acts of kindness, and that's what keeps the world going. Just continuing to move on in what you would think is the very, seemingly small and trivial way. Hobbits just keep on going. They're very steadfast, and it may seem little to you, but they were so unassuming that they were able to conquer the greatest evils of Middle Earth. Yeah.
So. Yeah, and it also mirrors Gandalf's story in the Silmarillion, where he didn't want to go. And they're like,
no, he was very reticent. Yes, he did not want to go. Shel Silverstein is a good guy. So I read a lot of Shel Silverstein. Light in the Attic is a great book. And they posthumously posted some of Silverstein's writings. It was called Runny Babbit instead of Bunny Rabbit. But he did something called Runny Babbit.
Revenge on the wrestling talk, I guess.
What's that? Is this my revenge on the wrestling talk? I'm gonna shut the fuck up.
No. This is why this was my smooth segue to shift from my to give Lady Fantastic a forum.
Oh, I'm shutting up then. Sorry.
No, it was intentional.
Oh, I appreciate that. Aslan would fuck up Sauron? I don't think so. I think Sauron would just like step on Aslan. But Aslan was the god. He was like God, which I think is kind of lame, but whatever. That's just my opinion.
Aslan and Uru are the same thing, right? Just in different universes.
That's right, but so that's why I think the extent to which they are considered as characters, I certainly think that Tolkien put more thought into the depths and the extent of the evils that Melkor and Sauron rose from, and that they were like, I think that, and Aslan, while he was the god form, I just feel like Narnia was very much more children directed, and it was, not as in depth, but I read all of that, the Chronicles of Narnia, and but like there's a great book by C.S. Lewis called The Screwtape Letters, where it's basically just like an interchange between a greater demon and a lesser demon, and Uncle Screwtape is the greater demon, and his nephew is this lesser demon that just got assigned his own human to tempt and to make fallible and to screw up in the real world. And he's like sending his uncle like, oh gosh, this guy's showing resistance in this way, and he has, a good heart. How do I corrupt him in different ways? And it's like, it's really great. It's an exchange, but basically on the follies of man and how to turn men to, I guess, their darker selves. It's cool, man.
Money.
But comics, man. Comics are cool too. They did some Lord of the Rings comics, well, Hobbit comics actually. But
Were they smaller?
They make they make all these
Yeah.
comics because they even got comics for Wheel of Time. They got comics for if there's a property out there that there's a fan base for, they'll make a comic of it.
Lord of the Rings was a comic
Yeah.
first, right?
No, but that's cool.
Yeah, that's right.
Thanks for that.
No, originally Lord of the Rings originally was a card based game. Where you had to go out and collect hobbits and dwarves and all these different things, and you would go out and do this card game where you were trying to control the ring, but that didn't go over very well. And eventually, though, the books that were written based off that card game, phenomenal.
Well,
never knew
I know
that.
that like, well, there's so many different versions of Middle Earth and of these different stories, and so it's like Tolkien and Christopher Tolkien had to kind of decide, after his dad passed, because J.R.R. Tolkien kept amending and changing, because Galadriel, for example, was very loose and kind of, she wasn't really that important.
She was loose. She was important among some people,
she was a loose whore,
especially
elf.
those with the oral tradition.
Yeah.
Okay.
Nah, she wasn't a very big character.
That's
Yeah.
right. Chaos and Comics knows.
I'll have to
No,
look those up.
or like the Tolkien started forming the idea of a Hobbit in the 30s. I think like 1937
No.
was
We
when.
told you it came out of a card game in the
Okay, tell
90s.
me.
That's
Thank
exactly how
you.
it started. I already
It's
Sorry.
the same thing, really.
Yeah.
I need you to explain these to me.
Time works differently. A
In
little
Oh,
Middle
okay.
Earth.
wobbly, timey wimey.
Yeah.
It's all
Oh,
right.
okay.
Yeah.
I got it. I
I
was
like to describe
mistaken.
Lord of the Rings as like the greatest thing to ever come out of Dad's time in the garage. It's like that's pretty much how that was written. Was I'm just in the
What?
garage, leave me alone. And he's just in there writing Hobbit names. He did that for years.
I mean, but that's very like Kirby is kind of the same, He'd go to his little room and just pump out like masterpieces, Like fuck. Sorry. Ring of Nebulon, Gil Kane and Roy Thomas had titties. Okay, sure. Now Gil Kane and Roy Thomas, when they got together for sword and sorcery shit, were just, top level. Great shit. Tolkien was inspired by Magic the Gathering. Oh, thank you for telling me. Okay.
When I go to the garage and pump things, it's usually a tire or a ball. I'm using the compressor. Usually, I don't really actually have to use a hand pump anymore because machinery.
Okay. Well, I mean, like pump out work, but
yeah, no, not in the garage. The garage is for fun.
Well, I gotta get out of here. I gotta go drop off some packages at the mail before I go into work. It's been a long week, but all right. Joe's got magic balls. Lord of the Rings is just an unfinished D&D campaign from 1994, and Fouchen is a former MTG player. So, with that being said, like
everything is a derivative of World of Warcraft. That's true too.
Yeah.
Listen to circumstances. He knows things. Mm-hmm. All right, guys. Have a good one. Thanks for having me on. All right.
Change it quick.
The worst layout ever.
Make it stop. My eyes are hurting.
Yeah. I don't know what's going on, but there's like I keep getting emails about a hurricane. I didn't even think it was hurricane season, but it's like Hurricane Stormy Daniels.
Yeah, sweeping through New York.
Must be weird that they even call it a storm or stormy.
Yeah, it's like what Lady F was saying about my name. It's just bad grammar.
Yeah, it really is.
I concur.
Stop it. No, I must. Oh, you must be in the The path. Board up those windows.
Oh, goodness gracious me.
Speaking
Feels
of
cool.
presidents, I read a book about a president recently, and it was Jimmy Carter's book, and in it, there's a mystery out there, and he got sent these very special fly fishing poles, right? He got sent 2 special fly fishing poles because he was a big fly fisher, and then they were stolen from Camp David, right? And somehow someone snuck in, stole both these fly fishing poles, and got out, and no one ever knew what happened. And it's this great fly fishing mystery. I didn't expect you guys to have any insight on this. I just want to
I don't.
I didn't even know there was a
I don't-
book.
I didn't even know you could fish for flies.
Jimmy Carter had so many books, and one of them he talks about like going to see like what's the word? Him and his dad would go see a lady who was a witch and ask her to help him find his dog that went missing one time. They went down there and paid her like, "Where's this dog?" or do a magic spell to make it come back. Jimmy Carter's like, "I'll never forget." Yeah, I can talk about Jimmy Carter forever. Actually, he shot a snake once that was about to bite his wife. That was a famous story of his. He wrote book after book.
Did he use snake loads or did he use a regular load?
Yeah.
I think he said he had a 22.
A 22. That's impressive.
But he shot a snake's head off with that was going to bite his wife. That's a story that he tells in a book.
So he's just walking around with this. Yeah, all right.
You know, like Thomas Jefferson was real funny because he used to lie about the size of things all the time. So like he would be in France and be like, in America, they got birds that are like 20 feet big, you know, like wingspan. He would just make up lies. We got elk that are 2 stories tall. And anytime anyone did find like some big antlers in the New World, he'd like send them to me. I'm gonna display them and be like, they're all like this in America.
Hey, ours a peanut farmer. That's great.
Yeah,
about the Louisiana.
Never met anybody who really would say they could talk all day about Jimmy Carter.
No, me neither.
Well, there's presidents in general. I think they're funny guys. There's a bunch of them.
You have to be a special kind of person to want to be the president, really.
It's perfectly put. They're all a bunch of weirdos.
Didn't TJ lie about Louisiana Purchase? What?
I don't know who TJ is.
Thomas Jefferson, I assume.
I've
Probably.
never called him TJ.
But he said it was a lot bigger than he would have. I don't think that's right though, as far as
Louisiana Purchase was kind of big.
yeah, but he would just exaggerate everything is the point.
Well, I mean, nobody really knew. It was just went on forever almost. So
Yeah, exactly. That's what he counted on. Like, yeah, you can't call me a liar. I'm in the New World. Things are wild out here. You guys don't even know.
it's just huge tracts of land. I mean,
How far back can you go naming presidents in chronological order, starting with Biden?
Oh God, that sounds.
So like Biden, then like going forward. So next is Harris, and then after that will be. Oh, you mean like the opposite direction?
Eventually,
Yeah.
that guy Camacho Mountain Dew will actually get it, but he'll just be the actor. But we'll all ask him to go by Camacho Mountain Dew.
Is there
You get back to
another Bush?
there were 2.
Can we get a third George Bush?
I think there's a third one.
I think we have 2's good. We have a nice path down the middle. Which, you know,
Yeah, third would offset things. You'd have to get a fourth.
Like that, what, Grover Cleveland? Isn't that the one that had a path down the middle too? Is that him?
Jorge Bush.
Jorge Bush. Wow, that would be a turn.
There's so many wrong ways to go there. Oh, goodness gracious. Well, what else is going on in the world of pop culture? I got about 10 minutes before I have to drop off.
I think it was my stop point.
Star
I
Trek.
used to be able to name them all for sure. Back when I remembered random shit like that.
What was that, AR?
Oh, Star Trek Picard right now is great. I don't know if anyone's watching that.
Yeah.
It's the
I'm way
feedback
behind on Star Trek. I'm only in all the new stuff. I'm only just now into like the the fourth season of Discovery, and it's like only watching it like in small segments. And when I'm doing stuff, I haven't watched any of the Picard stuff. I haven't watched any of the Below the Decks or anything else. I'm just notoriously behind on a lot of that stuff.
Yeah, Lower Decks is great. That stars the guy who plays Huey from The Boys as Boimler. That's a very funny one. And that's what I was saying earlier, is that guy got hired as Superman recently. Have you guys seen that? For an animated show, Huey will now be playing Clark Kent.
Yeah, no, I've heard it's good, and and same thing with Strange New Worlds, and I heard that Picard had started off rough, but it got with this season supposedly, especially as a kind of like a TNG kind of continuation, kind of a heavy dose of with all the characters back and stuff. So I'm interested in catching up to it eventually. I'm just not in a rush to it. There's so many other things that I feel like I have to be on top of, and I want to punish Paramount for putting his stuff all on Paramount Plus, and because I don't pay for that. So I'm basically waiting. I'm buying the seasons when they become available to stream on other platforms because I'm just not gonna. It's more cost effective for me to buy the season than it is me to have a subscription to ongoing service that I'm barely gonna watch.
Well, couldn't you just have it, watch it, and cancel it?
I would have to be committed to doing that, and my problem is as much like some of these things, like I watch it in spurts. Like I'll watch a couple episodes of Discovery, and then I'll be watching other stuff, and then I come back to it like a month later, and I'll watch like a couple more episodes, and then I get distracted by other things that are going on. So yeah, there's no sense of urgency. It'll always be waiting for us. That's true. Very much. It's like sometimes it is. You do want to. I like to do little blocks, but and binging is fine and dandy, but I don't have the time to set aside to go ahead and when it's an hour long show or whatever, to sit there and go, okay, I'm going to set aside these 16 hours to watch all these episodes or whatever. I generally don't do that. I'll watch 2 or 3 episodes in a row and then I'll move on. And it's like right now, to be honest, like especially when it comes to Discovery, it's like, okay, it's interesting, but it's not compelling. So there's nothing that's making me feel like I have to watch it either. So
I feel compelled to watch stuff that I know everyone else like you guys are watching. So I want to keep up with that before anything else.
Right. And I feel like I should be doing more, trying to keep up with content that everybody else is pumping out too, so I can be better at that. And because there's a lot that I have on passively on the side, but I'm not necessarily truly engaged with. And I'd like to be able to do more of that. And there's just so much different stuff that is out there and only so much time. And fuck, let's be honest, falling down the wrestling rabbit hole, don't do it, man. If you're not into it now, because that is just too much content. That's a lot of content that's pumped out. WWE's putting out 5 hours of content, and AEW's putting out 3 to 4 hours of content. That's a lot of dedicated TV time, even in fast forward mode.
I feel like if you haven't convinced me to watch it by now, I never will.
Yeah.
And you guys talk about it every Friday.
Not sci-fi related or comics related, but Taylor Sheridan's content on Paramount Plus is worth watching. Okay.
I got to keep Paramount Plus. I'm in a never-ending, constant rewatch of Star Trek, ever expanding, never ending. I'm in a place in what is it called? The original series right now, and then watching new Picard when it comes out. So I got to keep this. Yeah, season 3 of Picard though is for the fans. Like you can ignore everything else that's come out. Just watch season 3 of Picard. It's kind of perfect fan service for people that love TNG.
Is it completely standalone from the first 2 seasons?
Yeah, there's like all of the first 2 seasons were them trying to be real artistic and give Picard closure with his life, or like personal stories. There weren't a whole lot of him on the bridge of a starship or cameos. It was like people really trying to be very artistic with it. It was fine. Some of it was better than the season 2 I liked a lot more, but there was some really dark stuff. But season 3 has just been a lot of fun and a lot of, hey, you remember this? And it feels like they've kind of earned it because they did the first 2 seasons really, staying away from that stuff.
The other weird thing is like, because I haven't watched any of it, but I read something the other day that made some reference like that Picard had actually died, and like he's like this is like some robot body or something he's in.
That's right. They talk about it in Discovery season 4 that he's one of the only people whose mind was able to make the transition from his unique time spent with androids, his extremely strong will and being a famous, smart captain, and then also his time as a Borg, which made him be able to adapt to this change so that it was like Star Trek trying to backdoor, like, oh, we're not making robots out of everybody. But yeah,
right.
Picard is in a robot body. But it's silly because his robot body is still like mimicking, an 87-year-old man. There's no like, you're not seeing Picard, do kung fu now.
Huh. Okay, interesting. Well, it would make sense. Like, I mean, look, Discovery just did, or they didn't just do it, but in my mind, they just did it because I forget I'm watching it. They did the whole thing with that freaking Trill that they reincorporated into a synthetic body too. So,
yeah, exactly. You're like moments away if you're watching that story arc from them going, oh, the only other person this has really worked in originally was a Admiral Picard, whoever that is.
maybe I missed. Maybe I've already seen that part and I missed that. I don't know. But interesting. All right, cool. Yeah, there's that.
Yeah, there's that. What else is going on? We talk Star Wars, Star Trek, wrestling, TVs.
Disney firing all the Marvel staff, or
Oh,
not
we didn't really
not the
talk about
comics,
that.
movies, MCU, Marvel, or they basically. I guess there was. I didn't read the articles. So I only saw the headline, so I don't know the details. But I guess apparently they were running them as 2 separate companies, and they decided as part of their cost saving stuff, they laid off a whole bunch of people.
And this is also with the kind of famous war between executives out that way with
Yep.
Sky Ike as well.
CNC, my working opinion of Trek is 25% is great, 25% is watchable, and the rest is bad. It's all spread around shows and movies. I think that's can be often said about a lot of things. So no,
Yeah, it's
no
fair.
no more wrestling. Steve, we're talking about Star Trek. I made a living working on Star Trek and Star Wars merch. Yeah, you could do that. Are NFTs dead? You sure as hell don't hear a lot about them as much anymore. I don't think they're
No,
dead.
I
but
never. I forgot
but
they
they're
were a
definitely
thing.
not. They're definitely not the hot flavor of the moment anymore, are they?
I
I
made it.
definitely.
No,
But even
Yeah,
for that course, even Bitcoin. I mean, the digital currency's taken a big hit. The shine has fallen off. I mean, it's not dead, but the shine has definitely fallen off of it. Right.
I didn't understand NFTs from the beginning.
It was, yeah. I mean, I have really had trouble with it. The closest I get to sort of trying to understand it was Austin LeMay, kind of as an artist, explained it to me. But
Yeah.
even still, I was like, yeah,
I've had it
maybe,
explained, but I
maybe
don't
this is just,
understand why you would want it.
yeah. I just kept going like, okay, I guess this is maybe just an age thing where I just am gonna have to understand, dude, you're old, and just move on. Um,
Especially at the price too. It's like maybe they're a thing, but it's not like how are they going for so much money? That makes no
well,
sense.
it was obviously a bunch of hype and speculation and stuff, right? And then like everything, and some of it just crashed down, and all of a sudden it's really
Well,
down. Yeah, the circus has. I'm at the yelling at the clouds phase. Old man yells at cloud. Exactly.
the idea was in the future that our hangout right now that we're having could be in theory held in a 3D space, or like, hey, look, we're all together, and all the people in the chat have their headset on, and you guys
NFT,
show off your NFTs to everyone.
NFTs are like Pogs, except without the cardboard. Yeah, I would think it was actually a lot. Some of that stuff is kind of like almost, the set for the virtual reality world. Like, if like, like Ready Player One, where everything is virtual, that people spend so much time living in this virtual world that those types of things would have value and stuff in those types of environments and such. But um, to some people, obviously it did, but it just wasn't. I'm not the
Yeah.
guy, but you know who is the guy? Remy Q. He's such a guy that, man, he's into freaking tangible art books, man. I mean, he really, really loves art.
I appreciate art.
He's an aficionado. And
Just what?
an
I didn't
aficionado,
think
yeah.
Oh,
Yeah, yeah. And will take great effort to share his love and passion with the masses. And I think it's worth watching. I was watching last night, even though I didn't have the opportunity to comment. Yeah, I appreciate your love of art, both tangible and digital, and digital tangible.
Yes, I appreciate that, sir. Thank you.
So I just searched
All right.
NFTs, and it says investors convert totally worthless NFTs into tax write-offs. That's like one of the first things that pop up.
Awesome. Well, it is time for me to go to Romania.
Okay.
So I do have to depart. And if my meeting is, if I'm done there early and I get my flight back, I will rejoin if you guys are still going.
All right. See ya. And another thing that popped up was Bored Ape NFT worth $284,000 accidentally sells for $2,000. How does something accidentally sell for like 0.1% of what it's worth? Can you imagine like a Action Comics 1 going up for sale and it sells for $2,000?
Forgot to put a couple O's.
Got a 0 or 2 on the end.
Yeah, whoops. Maybe if it's worth $284,000, it would have sold for that. That doesn't make sense to me. If it's worth that,
You know what I think? Very seriously, I think it was an exchange of hands off the books.
Yeah,
and then for tax purposes, they're like, "Oh, I meant to sell this for 200,000, but
yeah,
it's like the old, like, you buy a car from your family member and you paid $100 for it."
Yeah. That had to be it.
How are you doing, sir? Either one.
I'm all right. It's just a gloomy day here. I'm ready for nicer weather to uplift my spirits.
I need more coffee.
And I could go for some Doritos now. It makes me hungry just looking at it. Is that the fire one? Yes, flaming hot.
I'd go for a beer right about now. That's what I want.
It's beer 30.
Beer and flaming hot Doritos
Friday,
sounds delicious. I don't think enough people are participating in metaverse to really get it going. Way too expensive. Another thing I don't get.
I feel like the future of 3D spaces would not be a thing that I purchased or, you know, I want or I've designed to look a certain way. Like come into my room like you would a video game like a level creator. I think the future would probably be me setting a camera down in like my comic book room and letting you kind of visit this space in a 3D realm. Like that's what the future of this would be for anyone that would
That makes more sense.
the inclination to do this. I don't want to see an NFT. I'd rather just like, hey, look, this is the real physical media I have in this room. That would be the future of collecting on the internet in a shared 3D virtual reality space.
I think NFTs are kind of like everything else that was new. Like people are worried they're not going to get it. Kind of like I don't know, like Bitcoin.
Yeah.
Like at one point, everybody was like, "That's the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard of." And then some douche goes out and he bought, like 1,000 Bitcoins for like $50, and now it's like in your face. So it's like that's why people are like, "Oh yeah, there's something new. I got to check this out."
That's what I always have questions about the spec market with comics or really anything. It's like the spec makes it worth the money and not the actual thing. It's like the first appearance of Kamala Khan was worth like $1,000 because people thought she was coming in, and then she came in, had her own show, and now it's worth nothing. So there was no value there except for people getting excited about it. It's like the excitement is where the value was, but there was no value really. I don't understand why people add value to something because of spec. Just like that was never going to be worth anything.
I disagree with that. I just think we're looking at the spec game all wrong. It takes like years for little kids to grow up and go,
yeah, that's
a
better way to say it, I guess. I agree with that. Yeah, it's all pump and dump for sure. But you can only pump it if people believe in it and people were actually spending that money. What's up with you, Chris?
Nothing much. I've been timing you to see how much you talk so that we can bring data back to Lee.
Okay.
What
am I at?
Huh?
What am I at?
I don't know. You're at like 9% of the talking since I've jumped on.
Can you convert that to like Australian percentages for Lee?
Yeah, 6 kangaroos and a dingo.
Okay.
Oh shit.
A whole dingo.
What's up, aggressively? I like that you're on a stream.
Yeah, I'm happy to be here. I really want to make an Australian character on my radio show and then get Tyler to play it.
Get Tyler to play. That'd be good. We have a lot of Australians. We have a surprising amount of Australians in the community.
Yeah, it's nice to see us represented in so many corners of the community.
But very few like British people. Why do you think that is? You think they read like French comics or some shit?
I don't know. I'm personally happy about that, but that's just me.
Well, we have to ask Gray Man what their deal is.
Yeah, we got Gray Man. But Gray Man's just all about the, £1 comic, pound in currency that he bought. Teen Titans comic he bought.
What's his name? But I think he's from Wales. Does that count as British?
That counts as British. It doesn't count as English.
Oh God, I don't know what any of that means.
I don't know what any.
I don't know. It's pretty simple, dude. Or we could do Commonwealth. Then you can count the Canadians.
I heard about that House of L. AF-15 1.0 stolen at MegaCon.
No shit. Is that right? Is that true?
Yeah, it's true. I saw that too.
Oh, wow.
It was posted all over Instagram yesterday, and that to look out for it. If you stole that, or like, what would just crack it immediately, because you can't have that serial number out there.
Yeah, you got to crack it right away.
Now, was
But-
it like slipped into a bag, like distraction, like somebody's boobs popped out and then some guy like slipped in their bag? Or was it like a dude grabbed it, ran outside, and there's a guy on like a motorcycle waiting for him? He like hops on the back and they like shoot off. Like, what kind of theft was
I
it?
think it was
Had to
B.
be
I think it was
something
the second one. Yeah, it had to be the second.
The way I would think is like, just
But
because
they got on
I've
a
been-
regular bike. They got on a regular bike though. You know what I mean? Everyone was just out of shape and couldn't make it. Couldn't catch them.
when I went to C2E2, there was a booth, and I forget who it was, that had all those big books, and they like took them out so I could hold them and take a picture, and they did it for like everyone around me. It's like, I feel like you could easily just swap them and have a facsimile or something, and it's like you hand it back and walk away before anyone even knows, because I would love to know what happened, but that would be my guess.
Could you imagine, like, actually you're going to really do that, and then you actually fuck up an AF-15 facsimile so that it gets a 1.0?
Yeah,
Like,
that
you
would
beat it
have
up?
to be what happens.
Yeah.
Or you could just do what Rob did and send it in and get a no grade.
Is there is on the census, is there an AF-15 facsimile that's a 1.0? Because that would be super rare. Be like an NFT.
There will be now.
Yeah. Yeah, we
Joe,
got to
I
get
have
the
no
story.
idea.
We got to get the story on how that happened, because all we do is get stories on fucking comics journalism about, like, you know, what's optioned and stuff. What I want to hear about is this, like, this caper that you just described right here.
Yep.
Yeah. What I'm
Well-
thinking is, if you were going to try to be slick with it, you have multiple people who want to take a picture at the same time. So you have Tyler like taking the picture, and then you got like, I would come up and I'd be like, "Hey, can I take a picture with it too?" And the guy's like, "Sure thing, in just a second, whatever." And then instead of handing it back to the guy, Tyler slips me the facsimile.
Yeah.
So then I'm holding this while he pockets the other one, and then I take the picture, hand it back to the other guy, and it's like, "Who done it?" And then we fucking scatter, and they have no clue.
And both of you guys are dressed as Deadpool. That way you can just blend
Ooh.
all the other Deadpools there.
I think V for Vendetta.
I think we have a script being written right now. All we need is the part where, you know, where we choose our team, you know, like the first 30, 40 minutes of Ocean's 11.
Yeah.
There was a movie being made about that. Actually, maybe it came out. I have no idea, about stealing Nicolas Cage's Action Comics 1.
Oh, I think that did come out.
Did it come out? It's so funny. I remember when it
I
was
gotta go look
going
that
to
up.
come out.
Yeah.
But-
Yeah, I might be wrong, but yeah, that we need to go dig that up.
So my idea
I'm
just
looking.
sucked now. Thanks a lot.
Remy, you just sitting in a parking lot?
Yeah.
Oh.
I don't feel like leaving yet. I was hungry.
I think I
Okay,
might go sit.
so
What?
the first thing that comes up is an article from 2012.
So yeah, we just got to
So
write
maybe it didn't come out.
Maybe it didn't. Yeah.
that Heroes Con.
Aggressively, are you going to Heroes Con?
Yeah, definitely.
And everyone's doing. I told my wife I was going, so I'm clear on that side. Now I just have to decide whether I want to go, whether I actually want to go.
Why wouldn't you? What's the dilemma?
I don't know. I'm pretty lazy at the end of the day, you know. Like,
So just I didn't buy a ticket, and
yeah. Because if I bought everything now and said I was going to go, and then now I'm committed, I don't like to commit, except to my wife. So if she's listening, you're safe, honey. But yeah. I mean, I'm good on that. I mean, that's like 60% of the battle, right? And now there's like the feeling that I got to spend $500 on a fucking plane ticket. I almost went to MegaCon. I almost just last minute just went to MegaCon and then paid tickets, and I was like,
Well, I'm excited. This is my plan. I'm going there, and I'm going to
That's a good plan. That's a good plan.
I'm gonna ask Roy Thomas something stupid. Right, that's one of the things. I haven't decided on what that stupid thing is yet. I've got a couple different ideas. I want to get Scotty Young to draw the character Batmite, but not as chibi. I want him to draw it very serious. Like,
I don't think he can draw serious.
I've never seen him do that. Does
Yeah,
he?
I think he fooled it. Yeah, I think he fooled everyone being like, this is my like cool, unique style. And then really you just can't draw.
that's what I want, is a serious Batmite. I'm gonna show off the things that I did buy at this place to Beckerman at a place that serves breakfast. That's definitely a part of the plan. And then just hang out with everyone. So those are the things I'm most excited about.
Yeah, I feel like we could get a pretty good team together to steal a Hulk one at least, or with everyone that's going to Heroes Con. Could be
Think
a good
about it
caper.
like the first couple minutes of the Ninja Turtle movie, when they take the wallet and then they're just walking through the crowd and each person hands it to a different person. It'd be easy. Like, they're not going to notice a guy carrying a slab.
Yeah, especially if we all cosplay as different things.
Yeah, we could totally shoot a bunch of B-roll and get a bunch of shots of this to make it into like a small fan production of an idea at Heroes.
Mm-hmm.
I think the trick to making it fun is making the book we're stealing in the end. We don't like ever say what it is and then have it be really stupid.
Yeah, just be terrible.
Oh, we
Brigade
lost
number
Remy.
1. Brigade number 1 or something like that. Like a $1 book.
Yeah, like the book we're after is just like Ren and Stimpy.
Yeah.
Mark just asked Cass, will you be at Heroes?
Huh? Well, I think you just got back on. So I got the okay from my wife. So technically she thinks I'm going. I told her I was going to go. I'm just going to go. That's what I'm doing, honey. And she was like, okay, put it on the calendar. But I'm not sure. I think I might. I have to like add up all the prices of the things that will cost me money to be there. And then be like, well, do I want, I could technically buy a nice slab for the cost it takes to go there, right? So
yeah, and you love slabs.
Yeah, I know. And
So.
then I could sell it to go to Heroes Con the next year.
Yep.
No.
I'm having trouble deciding on my cosplay. Like, I tried to dress as Miss Marvel, who's like disguised as like a nerd. She's changed her face. I just
You
look
gotta
really,
cosplay.
really
You have to cosplay because if we see your face, it ruins everything.
Exactly. I gotta,
Yeah.
Well, then I was gonna be myself, but I'm drawn by like Mike Allred, but it just looked like I had mascara on, so that sucked.
Yeah. There you go.
Go as
You could also
Conquering.
hit up the Bauhaus concert.
You've lost me. What is that?
I don't know. It's just a goth band. It's the first goth band that came to my head. And I guess I was a little bit more obscure. I guess I should have said 9 Inch Nails or some shit.
Yeah, that would have been perfect. I would have totally been like, oh yeah, that I'm Spencered out. Yeah.
Yeah. Would you have gotten Skinny Puppy? Would you have gotten a Skinny Puppy reference?
Skinny Puppy would have worked.
Okay.
So,
Okay.
that would, yeah, that would. This one you love. I try to be in the know.
Yeah. There you go.
I just feel like everyone, it should have been outlawed after The Cure. You guys aren't doing it better than The Cure.
Yeah, I don't know why I don't reference The Cure when men talk about putting mascara on first. I should.
There's certain types of music I think you should have to get like a license to play in certain towns. Like, I went to school in Athens, and everyone out there is playing blues guitar. And I feel like at some point we just have to say, like, there's only 5 of us that are allowed to do it. Everyone else, you have to find something else. You have to go apply. for this license, and they have like old bluesmen come in and they'll be like, no, not him. Police come and fine you if they catch you playing blues.
Would you get a license?
This is no, definitely not. I can't play the blues. I'm too chipper.
Where is Mark today?
It is Masters weekend, so he's
Oh,
just
that's right.
really into golf and just can't be here.
Yeah, he's like he's on the course with all the animals.
Yep.
Big
He
fan.
just has like 9 different kinds of species on a leash, and he's walking around with them all on the golf course.
Yeah, he's just such a fan of the history of the Masters that can't break himself away from it.
It's a shame too. It's a shame when you're that addicted to something.
Yep.
Yeah, it's funny.
You know,
There was like no room this time last week because everyone just arguing with Biggie Shaq at this time, right? I was like, maybe I won't get on, and then everyone stopped. I was like, oh, I can hop on, and then I stayed on for like an hour or something. But yeah, now it's funny how this chat works, right? Oh, I guess a lot of people are at cons too right now.
Yeah, just depends on. There's 2 big cons, right? C2E2.
Yeah, and Mega
today. Yeah,
both. I think they're both right now. Yeah, because it's split up.
You guys ever watch that show, Red Letter Media? That's like reviews.
I've heard of it, but no.
Yeah,
It
they
sounds
do like
familiar.
movie reviews and stuff, right? But they talk about the fact that there's this thing that happens where guys who wear black tank tops make movies about themselves, and they point out this happens in all these different movies wherever there's a writer, director, star, kind of like 80s action hero. They always have the black tank top, and they call it black tank top, like Psychosis, and it's funny. But it made me think about like how maybe in the future we all might be diagnosed.
Say who?
Like, Red Letter Media.
Who?
No. Say Thanks, Mr. Owl. I mean, like, say who's the director who are the directors that are black tank top directors?
Oh, examples of these guys.
Yeah.
I think Tommy Wiseau at some point has the black tank top on. They laugh about the guy famous from what's that thing?
The Room.
The Room. Thank you. And then you have a
Okay,
bunch of different kind of like kung fu guys. Just people who put together like 80s. I'm trying to think of the names specifically. There's a
you watched a long stream about this and then can only think of like the guy from The Room.
Well, I've watched. It's from years of watching this that they've put together this idea, and they keep referencing the black tank top thing. Like, oh look, he has it on, and it's very funny. It's been years of watching this and gathering evidence. I'm sure someone has compiled this all together, but it just makes me think that in the future we'll all be like, oh our kids will be like, our dad definitely had comic YouTube-itis. There's like a certain thing that makes you want to get on here and like show off your books to other people that we're all suffering from. There eventually will be a medication that we can take so you don't have the urge to do it.
Yeah. What's weird about that though is that it feels like that's the community. Like what we say about it is like, oh, people didn't really like that book, right? But we're actually such a tiny, tiny part of something that's already pretty small, to be honest. Like the industry in general.
Yeah, I've heard small conversations at my LCS about books that like I just heard so many people disliked. What was the last one? Oh, Batman Spawn, and I heard like 5 people talking about it. All loved it.
Oh yeah, everyone on YouTube hated it.
Yeah, I'm like, all right, I guess people loved that book.
Yeah, I mean, I loved it because I just didn't, really read it. I mean, I read it, but I didn't pay attention to that part. But I like that. Like kind of art, you know what I mean? So
yeah, that was.
But yeah, it was pretty it was pretty dumb.
Comic Journey's right. We're suffering from acute look at me.
Yeah, that's definitely what's happening.
Yeah, except for you and Comic Journey, aggressively.
Look at our hands.
Yeah, look.
I don't.
You guys are listening to me and read what I say in chats about cheese. Where's Remy? Did he freeze again, or is he there? Oh, he's there.
No, I'm here. I'm here.
He's choosing to ignore this conversation.
Yeah.
Yeah, mine was extreme. Look at me. I like sat back. I was like, man, the world can't go without this. I was like, how did they survive this long without me? I don't know. So I went the complete opposite.
Yeah, general happiness in the United States increased when you started your channel.
I was like, yeah, they need a Remy Q. They need a character like this guy.
Yeah.
Yeah, U.S. happiness is exactly what I'd say has been going on lately. In so many ways.
We closed the gap on Denmark. I don't feel like going to work. I feel like I don't have that much to do, which I shouldn't say. It would have been a great day to just call in and go to MegaCon.
That's what you're gonna say when Heroes Con comes up too. You're like, you know what? I'm not going. That day's gonna come around. You're like, damn. You know,
who has a bed? Who has a bed for me? Where can I sleep? Can someone let me sleep?
You won't even have this to jump on as an excuse because we're literally the people that are going to be there.
Oh yeah, that'll suck. That'll be stupid.
Who said that? Somebody said that last week. They were like, "Yeah, I'll go if I can get enough money to get out there. If somebody puts me up," and I was like, "Yeah, you got to contribute something."
Well, I think Biggie said that, right?
Was that Biggie?
Yeah.
If someone gives me a ride, and
I was like,
that's what he said.
If somebody gives me a bed, I was like, yeah, dude, you got to do something.
Well, he'll be part of the caper.
We try to help each other out, but damn.
Then I guess I'll go.
He's going to be part of the caper. And I get the book we steal, then I'll go. I'll make it appear.
That stealing a book thing, that's going to happen.
Yeah.
It's just going to be something cheesy. Somebody's going to chicken out. And we're going to end up taking the worst book ever.
Yeah, we said Ren and Stimpy earlier when you cut off.
Oh, there you go. Yeah.
Yeah, that'd be great.
We're all gonna back out of the huge book, the Hulk one, and be like, well, we already set all this up. We might as well at least take a Berserker one.
Yeah, we've been practicing all day in the parking lot.
Committed. If we're not gonna take that one, at least let's get something.
I feel like still somebody would like leave money on the counter. They leave like a 20 with a note. I'm so sorry. This is a bit.
Yeah, it's all for content.
Yeah.
Who's the most flexible in the community? Because they're gonna have to go through the vents.
I don't like
the
it
most
too much
flexible. I'd like to think it's me, but
no, it's not you. You're also not going to fit in the vents.
What are you trying to say?
Tyler, unless the vent,
are the North Carolina vents that small?
Unless the vent is up high where Groot would have to stretch to reach it. I don't think you're going to be able to help us much.
I've been able to do the splits like my whole life. So
you're gonna can you do the splits?
Yes, I played first.
Have you ever done that?
Yeah.
Wait, have you ever done that on video? No, do it now. Fuck all these people that are not on the stream.
I would
Everyone
for sure
here
have
right
to
now.
stretch. I would for sure have to stretch.
Dude, if you come close being your size doing the splits, I will.
Why do you have to keep bringing up the size part?
Have you ever seen 12 feet of combined leg length?
When I'm saying size, Tyler, I'm saying your height.
I think I'm all torso though. I'm not. The legs are close to the ground.
So you look like Ed and Eddie character.
He would still be taller than 50% of us out there.
What's your height, Tyler? Are you 6'5"?
No.
He's like 7'1".
Hold on, is that fucking picture real of you and DJ Lee?
No.
Okay, I thought it was
No.
real.
I
Come to
told
Heroes Con and you'll see.
I
know.
told Remy that people are going to be so disappointed because somebody's going to think that's real.
I thought it was maybe just slightly faked.
It's very faked.
Okay.
I've
I
got
thought it was
another
slight-
picture. I've been trying to find it, but Angel took a picture of the crowd at C2E2, and you see Tyler like 3 feet above everybody
No,
else.
you don't.
That's
I'm
funny.
trying to find it right now.
That's just perspective,
But he
right?
just walks around, and it's like, you know exactly where he's at. That's how we found everybody when we were looking for him. I was like, we either had to find Chip's live stream, or we would just look for Tyler, because he was like a beacon of hope. Like, you
Yeah,
just walk around, and you knew other people would be around him. So it's like, okay.
So Tyler's gonna get on, or someone's gonna get on Tyler's shoulders to get into the vents. Of course, getting someone into the vents is meaningless because the ceiling is so high. We're just gonna put someone in the vent.
they just can never get
Just
out.
wait here. Wait for the signal.
That's it. Yeah. I mean, obviously, if you're gonna steal, if you're gonna wait for the signal, if you're gonna steal something, someone's got to get in a fucking vent. That's just the way it works. But they won't actually be part of the stealing or the handoff or anything like that. So
I really think we should Ocean 11 that thing.
yeah,
Somebody needs to fake a heart attack. We need to have a fake doctor. Somebody call for a doctor, and then like the whole thing goes down.
First act is we set it up. Second act,
we gather the team.
and then we got to have someone who double crosses all of us.
For sure.
Oh,
Now,
yeah.
somebody that was smart would take down all our notes and actually do it, and then try to frame us for it.
Oh my goodness, that's the sequel. That's Heroes
That's
Con
the
for next
sequel.
year.
We've already written the second one.
Yeah, we've already written the sequel. I think that we should make a whole plan, but give the same guy all the jobs that he just definitely can't do. Like, just give Rob the heart attack job. He also has to be the vent guy.
Just the movie writes itself, like the title, Heroes Con.
Oh my God, you're a fucking genius.
And like the con can be bloody or something.
Why would it be bloody?
I don't know. Like, it's got to be a play. It's a play on words, but you have to make the con part like a different color or something.
Now we have to murder
stand
somebody over a comic book.
Yeah, now we're murdering. Is that part 3 where
I
it
guess
just
the
gets
bloody
really
part
out of
doesn't
hand?
make sense, and unless all of a sudden like a director gets a hold of it, that's like Quentin Tarantino.
I get what you were doing there. You're trying to delineate the con from the so people can see it's a con, but all you really did was just turn the the sequel of the part 3 into just a murder mystery now.
Yeah.
Murder mystery.
Yeah. And then 4 is just going to be pure horror, and then 5 just going to be a porno. So we're good. That's snuff film. That'll be a snuff film. That'll be straight to DVD.
Well, you know what? We could add an element of like the Italian Job, where somebody betrays us all and steals it for themselves.
I think that's what AR was saying.
Con. I'm still working on it.
Who would be the person in this?
I stepped on your
community
joke.
Who would be cast as that?
As what? The murderer?
The person that
the
tries
double
to steal
crosser.
it, for themselves.
Who? It definitely wouldn't be me because I'm only 50-50
be
to show up.
The nicest person at Heroes Con, the one you don't suspect.
Is that just happening for me?
No, it's happening to me too.
Okay, robot Remy, we are not catching any of it.
Okay, robot Remy is. I thought it was me, so I was being quiet.
It'd have to be somebody you least suspect, like Rob's Fat Stacks.
No,
like,
I would
he's a
immediately
great
suspect him.
planner, so it's like he could have been behind it all.
Yeah, I would
just
immediately
never
suspect
knew
him.
it.
I'm gonna go with Marcus. I'm just gonna let him double cross us all.
Yeah. Like the final scene is like we're all looking at the book, and one person's like, "Well, I got to catch my flight," and they walk away, and that's when the group realizes that it's just a facsimile.
Yeah, it's gonna be 40 minutes of him talking about community and family and us being together and sticking together, and then at the end he's gonna have the book.
Poke and Joe wants to be half the insane wild card.
Thank you.
maybe
Okay,
Joe's
that
like
was
the one
that
we
guy.
suspected that it was him, but it's not.
Well, we really need Joe for the engineering part of all this.
Oh, for sure. We're a lot of B-roll of Joe with sparks flying up into his helmet, just like yeah.
Yeah, Joe definitely needs to be there for the explosion or the. I mean, he's going to be responsible for the distraction, obviously, right? With the RFD chip, something. He'll think of something.
CJ, we need confirmation that it's you. Oh, it was my understanding. Yeah, Marcus, I think so.
We really got to figure out what the cosplay joke would be as soon as possible for everyone to get that together. I think the built-in, like there's so many Deadpools. Like, oh wait, which Deadpool was it? And we all just pull on the mask.
Oh, that would
I
be
feel
good.
weird. I feel like I need to be off too.
But it's
I'm the only
skin
one with my
tight.
camera on.
I don't know if we could get a lot of us to be like dressed as
Actually,
Deadpool.
that's actually pretty good because everybody could be a different Deadpool. We're all holding a slab facsimile of whatever book we're going to take.
Hopefully, Deadpool's first appearance.
Nah, it's got to be bigger.
It has to be a special book, like a special.
Yeah, it's got to be bigger.
I'm going to dress as the gray Deadpool from Uncanny X-Force. I'm just letting you guys know. So I'm going to stick out.
Yeah, you have like a scene where security's like, "We're looking for a Deadpool," and you just cut to a wide shot. There's so many.
And then
Not
we
the
all
name of
pull
it.
off our masks, and it's a Spider-Man underneath.
There you go. Thank you.
Big people. Is this a Deadpool?
Hey, isn't that a name of a Charles Bronson movie too? So one guy, the Deadpool, I think it's a Charles Bronson movie. So one guy, probably Rob, since he's a little older, that he shows up cosplaying as like as the wrong thing. I think it's a Charles Bronson movie. I might be wrong, but I think it's like one of those 70s action movies. It's called The Deadpool. I feel like oh, who's here now? Oh, there we go.
Is that a good confirmation?
Yeah, that was enough for me. I recognize those hands anywhere.
All right, thank you. Thank you. I'm in a work environment. I can't be showing my face off everywhere.
I
Hello?
decided
Even at
to.
work?
Kind of.
Comic Journey's the betrayer. I'm sorry, but it's obvious now.
Yeah, that'd be too
don't-
obvious.
We don't know what
Yeah,
you
I
look
think that's
like.
way
and
too
this one is
obvious as
perfect.
well.
Oh, no problem. I'll screw you guys over. You want me to
You're
be the
just gonna
double
send
crosser?
us a picture of the slab with your middle finger, and we're gonna be like, "Damn, he got us."
Yeah, next to the Kool-Aid Man.
Yeah.
You
But
guys
then
want me to be
later,
that guy? I'll be that guy. No problem.
you know what? The Comic Journey was like the double crosser that we all suspected. He sent us that picture, and then we look at it closer, and we're like, he has the facsimile too. So it wasn't him. He got double crossed too.
Yeah. But then
There's
in
no
20
doubt.
years, we all get a check. You know, like he was honest the entire time, but he just wanted to hold it and let it, let the value compound over time.
Oh well, then if that's the case, it's gonna be Rob.
Surprise,
Yeah, there you go.
motherfuckers.
Yeah,
I
that's
feel
That'll
like
be
Rob would invest it.
that'll be episode 6, and it'll be a Hallmark movie where like we're all dying, we're all dying or something, and then we get this check from the book we stole.
Is Durs going? He could be the betrayer. Like he turns around dramatically, like in a Bond movie, in a chair with the
Oh my
slab.
god!
Hello, my
Nope,
beautiful.
I've got
homies.
it. I know the betrayer.
What are we talking about?
Chip Getler.
Oh my
Oh
god!
my god!
Yes.
Like
Yeah, Chip would be the best.
White
Yeah.
Shadow got us all.
Yeah, Chip would be
He
a good
shows
one.
up. We're all excited to see him, and the whole time
Well,
he's like, "These guys, I'm stealing this book."
He walks
Is it-
up knowing we're doing it. He's like, "Oh, hey, everybody, what are you guys doing?" And just gets into it. And we just
Isn't
never
Chip though the
suspected.
perfect guy that we get him into moral quandary though? Like he wants to be everyone's friend, but like whoever the real villain is, like puts him in a position, you know, where he has to make the choice, and then that's how he ends up, you know, betraying us all.
You guys are putting way too much thought into this.
So we're writing a fucking script here.
Yeah,
We
it's a
already
good
have
idea.
2 sequels.
Oh, that's what we're
So,
doing.
yeah,
Writing
how's this
scripts?
for a good strip?
It's a caper.
We go
You're
down.
either with us or
We go to
against us, Ernie.
we
Yeah.
go to Comic Con. We go find a bunch of freaking
I hate it. I
strippers.
hate it already.
That's all you need. That's a
I'm pretty
script.
sure Pocan Joe's already put all these ideas in Chat GBT and the AI, and it's already making the script as we speak.
Fight strippers.
Who'd we lose?
You kick Chaos off.
Oh, Chaos.
Yes.
Esteban,
Teslas.
I'm in Florida.
Florida.
What a good-looking panel. Thank you, Iggy. Team Iggy.
This was our plan. The inner circle got together.
The Illuminati, if you will.
The inner circle decided we were going to not show our faces on this Hangout circle jerk.
Yeah,
this is the real comic community.
Yeah, we're literally planning to steal a book like they did at C2E2. So we gotta.
It wasn't C2E2. It was.
What's C2?
Mega
IndianaCon.
Esteban, what's up, Esteban?
So this is what the real comic community looks like, right?
This is what it looks like.
Big book set in the.
I mean, we look like a Comics Gate channel right now, where no one has their camera on.
I've heard of that before. Comics Gate. What is that?
You don't know? Well, let's not get into that.
Oh shit! I gotta do the Googles.
Yeah, Google it. It's like Gamergate, except for. No,
30 minutes later, DJ Links comes back. You guys know what? DC and Marvel some bullshit.
Yeah, he's fucking.
How do you spell Comic Gate?
I'm gonna go.
DOUCH.
I just gave $300 to Isom.
Is this a
I was trying to think of Isom's name. I'm super into cybernetic frogs now.
Did you say Isom or ISIS?
Isom is a different. This is a long story. This is like a off the.
Oh no! I just want.
No, this is like the channel of the biggest ISOM review on YouTube.
That is true. We are on the channel of the biggest.
Yeah,
biggest
Blowing up
ISOM
Mark's
review.
spot right now.
Yeah.
One
Rob
of these
looks
guys
priceless
is
right
not
now.
like the other.
Oh my God, Remy! I was just about to say that.
If no one else is going to show, why don't we just make Rob big? Right?
That's true.
We all
Rob-
talk
Just
about
be-
Rob.
Hey, we're just gonna be.
Anyway, so that
Rob.
book we're going to steal.
Yeah. We're just gonna be Rob's like voices in his head. We each get to be one of the deadly sins. I'm gonna be gluttony. Go eat that candy bar.
I'll be Lust. Hey Rob, you sexy bastard, twirl your fucking mustache.
I want to be Sagittarius.
So stupid.
Why? It's lightning.
Tyler, you really are the worst.
Oh man, who'd we lose?
Oh, he's back. I don't know why it like kicked you back.
I'm in the real studio now.
Oh,
you switched around. Remy said he was going to go get a beer, and now I'm going to go get a beer, and then I'm just going to work from home. I realized I get
The real Remy Q.
Oh, that's the helmet pick.
Yeah.
That's Cerebro.
So no controversies today. Nothing. Nothing. You guys want to
Yeah,
like.
there is that stolen book at MegaCon. Oh God,
There's
what
a
is
book
that?
stolen at MegaCon?
What book got stolen?
That's what we've been talking about,
AF-15.
Rob. Yeah, we've decided that we're going to steal a book too now.
Would you
From
like to
Heroes
steal?
Con.
Would you like to steal an AF-15 that has no grade?
Rob, honestly, I would
That's
just
what's up.
demand they send you your money back and be done with it.
Like
Tell 'em who
Biggie
you
was
are.
saying earlier, that AF-15 could actually be a good prop for this.
All right, I stole it.
I wouldn't even bother with the this is like stupidity right now. Like I wouldn't even bother with the recapsulation or whatever. Just send me my money back. I'm done with you fuckers. That's basically.
Yeah, Rob will never be done. Rob will never be done slabbing books though.
True story.
Slab, 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 slabbity,
Well,
slab.
you
slab,
know what?
slab,
Even
slab,
more of a
slab.
reason why they should actually take care of this sooner or later. The guy sends them a lot of business throughout the year.
Rob
You know
would
who I
start
am?
sending stuff to Halo in Australia
Right.
if he wasn't allowed to do CGC.
You should call them up and tell them, listen, you know who the fuck I am, man? I'll drop my fat stack right
Motherfucking
on your head.
fat stacks, yo. And they'd be a call. Yeah, we know who you are. You're not much of anything. Trust me.
My luck, the first CGC submission I send out, I'm going to get something like that, and it's just going to go to hell.
Yeah.
Have you had TJ on your show, Rob?
DJ?
TJ, the
Oh.
Slab Dragon.
No, I've reached out to him. I haven't had a response yet.
Yeah, he's a nice guy, but he goes. Yeah, that's actually a long story. But one day he'll be a great guy to be on there.
Yeah. I've even had somebody who knows him reach out to him.
Yeah, you might have to do it with like he's not a super content creator. You might have to like team up with John's Comics with Kids or something like that.
Yeah, I got lots of people lined up right now, so it's not urgent, but I do try to reach out to him every once in a while. I have a list of people that I follow up on, and it's sometimes the way that IG messaging works. Sometimes some people don't pay much attention to ones where if you're not dual connected, it's just like some people just ignore. They
get buried. Yeah.
And some people get a lot of those, so they just get in the habit of just ignoring a lot of that shit. So I get it. That's fine.
Yeah, he's not doing it for. I'm sure he's seen it. He's not doing it from ignoring. But
he's completely ignoring.
Well, then I got other people where I've engaged with them, and they sit there and they start to say something like they're interested, and then they go silent for long times, and you reach back out to them, and they go like, "What's this?" And you go, dude, we've had. I'm like on the thread where I can see our past exchanges. Why are you acting like this is?
Yeah, you can literally scroll up. That one's fucked up.
Yeah, like just a guy, Josh's Comics or whatever, who's right now with his whole say no to FOMO or whatever campaign. I've reached out. I've had multiple conversations that have started with him about having him on with his stuff, and then it just goes silent, and then he forgets that we've engaged and had a conversation. And I'm like, oh, all right, well
I think FOMO is one of the pillars of the comic book community.
Well, it makes the world go round.
Yes, you have to have FOMO.
Without FOMO, you can't get rich off the backs of stupid people.
Can we still use that term?
FOMO or
just
stupid?
Just say no in front of it.
No FOMO.
Oh, FOMO. I thought you were saying something else.
Yeah, what did you think we were saying?
Why don't you say it, Tyler?
Yeah, say it.
Just say the word, Tyler.
Say it.
Say it.
Say it, you fucking bitch.
Yeah, no Romo. No Romo.
Yeah, I thought we were talking about Tony Romo.
Right, exactly. Yeah.
Say it, you fucking
Good recovery.
bitch.
You're welcome on that one.
The pizza chain?
That's for Roma.
Oh, yeah, see, that's what. Mofo. That's what.
Mofo.
You a bad mofo.
Anybody still say that?
Mofo. Wow.
Only bad mofos say that.
Yo, mofo. Nobody says that anymore. We got to bring that back.
Journey, are you sick?
A little bit.
Yeah, it sounds like it.
I'm losing my voice.
Thank God.
We can only hope.
Oh, man. Darn. He goes, but I know American Sign Language.
Hey, Chaos, what's your problem?
No, he doesn't. He knows New York Sign Language.
Show us the sign language you know, CJ.
No.
You did earlier. Let's see it again.
I'm not your monkey. I'm not going to jump around and do things when you tell me to do it.
Dance
I
for
do
me,
things
dance
when I
for me,
want.
dance for me. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
I hate that song, dude. Oh my god, Rob.
Wow, I can't believe that just happened.
Somebody clip that, please.
You can clip that and superimpose it over one of you guys dancing.
Oh my god.
Yeah, Chris the comic vet dance
Yeah.
party again.
Yeah.
By the way, Rob, thank you so much for not making a group chat on Instagram for your channel that you included me in.
You know what? When I didn't do that until I didn't make a group chat for my channel because I was like, everybody else is doing it. I mean, with these people, same people. Why do I need to have another one?
It's the fucking worst. It's the worst. I get included in these things, and I don't know what the hell's going on half the time. And I'm like,
because you work.
Yeah. and I'm like, what the fuck, man? Like, I go on 200 freaking DMs.
Aren't you a real estate? Aren't you a real estate agent, Comic Journey? Didn't I hear you say that?
Yeah.
Okay, well, you don't fucking work.
He's not a real estate agent. He just goes into abandoned buildings and removes the dead bodies.
I do a lot more than just sell houses, dude.
Yeah, you get into those threads and there's like a lot of stuff. If you're not if you can't be in it as much as some people, it's just like so much information, so much stuff that you just have to go, okay, whatever, I missed it, just move on. And
I don't even look. I just scroll.
Yeah,
down.
I do a lot of that too, and it's or when you see something, you go, "Ooh, I got something witty to respond," but that was like 7 hours ago, and you go, "Well, maybe not."
Oh no, I bring that shit back. I bring that shit back. Oh, you were talking
bring
about
it back.
days ago?
That's
Guess
right.
what?
That's right. Remy's a necromancer. He brings it back from the dead.
And then people think that I looked at it. I didn't look at it. I just freaking scrolled all the way down because I had like a freaking 20 freaking messages on the same
Which
page.
is why I actually get irritated when I create a channel that's like for informational purposes, and then like people then start turning it into a meme fest. Like it's like, how did anybody know that there's a survey to fill out in a for something? Because even though I just posted it, in 2 minutes, there's 75 meme messages about, oh, here's Rob making us do some.
Well, you could do a broadcast channel now, Rob, for something
Well,
like that.
I know. I actually I've
Now,
seen that, but and that would be something I'd be more interested in potentially doing for a channel, as opposed to. But in this case, for a Heroes Con room, it really, I do want other people to. It's not for me to dictate. It's meant to be a collaboration.
No.
Yeah, no.
I don't do. I say as little as possible in there.
Why?
Just in case.
Yeah.
So, Rob, if you start a broadcast, I'll just DM you if I have something to say.
Yeah.
Okay.
Why do you say as little as possible in that Heroes Con, Remy? Is there just too many people?
I don't want to accidentally say something.
Rob likes to keep it on topic.
Rob rules with an iron fist, an iron foot, an iron nose.
Oh, it's Rob's channel for Heroes Con, and he heavily.
Yes.
He sort of. I remember
specifically for Heroes Con. I don't post anything.
Right.
There's no
funny.
video update. There's nothing.
Yeah.
I once in the morning, I once went in and said, "Hey, good morning, Rob," and he banned me.
That's good. That's probably like for Mark when Mark used to go into everyone's IG every morning and put his video in. He'd be like,
No, I just said good morning, and he was like,
Oh
"Stay
my
on
goodness.
topic."
Yeah. After that,
Stay
I
on
was like, the only thing I would post was like, "We've got 114 days until Heroes Con."
The people the posting about videos and some of the channel stuff, great. I'm cool with that. I got no problem. The posting of shorts, though, seems to be a little bit of a step beyond to me. I don't need to know every time somebody posts a short.
That's funny. It's just them opening a pack of cards.
Well, or it could be any number of things. But I understand trying to get traction on the shorts. But I mean, I don't know. I think it's a little much. That's just me. But I'm just me. So I just do my own thing.
Yeah, I started replacing some of my long form videos with shorts. So
You're muffled, whoever's talking. Yeah, whoever's talking.
Hear you, man.
You can't
I
hear
don't
me?
know. With HeroCon,
Yeah,
I read it as much as I can. That thing, just in case I miss something. I gave you guys my rules. I'm done.
Yeah, well,
Very cautious of that.
Those are
one.
some stupid ass rules.
Unless somebody contacts me and they're like, "Hey, you were supposed to fill this out," I usually
rules are
just
made to be broken.
scroll
Baby.
down.
It'll right now. It's really kind of in stagnant mode. The Heroes Con group will kick back up more as we get closer. But
That's not stagnant. That's people are afraid.
Yeah.
You don't like my rules for links? I'll give you some more rules.
Wait, Rob
don't worry
doesn't know
about
about the other Heroes Con chat, the No Rob's Heroes Con
there's
chat.
a lot of chat side that people talk about. Oh, Rob, did you see this? I'm not part of that chat group. I don't know what you're talking about.
We're not supposed to talk about the Heroes Party chat, okay?
The only,
Yeah.
the only thing, yeah.
It's called the No Fats text.
DJ is still trying to figure out how to get me out of the DJ Links chat. So
There's no DJ Links chat.
Oh, I love that chat. Best chat on IG.
Links, how you get it down there? You take a flight?
Getting down where?
Heroes Con.
Well, if you respect, you know what, Journey?
He's trying to get a ride. He's trying to get a ride, bro.
No, I don't want to talk about it here. Let's go to the Heroes Con chat.
Sounds good.
That would be appropriate. That's appropriate.
Yeah, no, I'm flying down, and I hope my wings let me stop. I'll be there. I got actually a message from the airline that they switched my flight by like 10 minutes, and I was like, "What? This is impossible. This is insane. How can you switch my whole thing for 10 minutes? How can you just switch my flight for 10 minutes? I don't understand. It's like 10 minutes, but what am I going to do? I'm just going to lose 10 more minutes, and then I don't know what's going on, and then there's no bags, so I need bags.
Not the bags.
I'm afraid to look at flights.
Yeah, listen. I'm not gonna get started with the bags again, but I'm gonna tell you something. I'm gonna tell you something. This is some serious shit, man. No, and everybody's getting on my case, and they all know I'm right. You go buy something, the gig, you get a bag. That's it. That's how it works.
I disagree. As a person that loves the environment, please don't give me a bag. Sir, is that a bag? Are you threatening to burn down my house? It's the same thing.
That's funny. My wife loves when we go to California, they charge us for bags. I'm like, why? Why do you love that? I get it. I get the reason you do it, but why do you love it? Why do you want that to happen? I want it, I guess, she wants to happen in Vegas too, but
New York, they won't even give you a freaking bag.
That's what I'm saying. In Vegas, they still do, but when we go to California, she's like, "This is the way it should be."
Oh, all the bag bans. Yeah,
I got no problem. You want to charge me for the bag? Charge me for the bag. Give me a freaking bag. I need to carry my crap.
Well, that's it.
Oh, you can't even buy a bag in New York anymore.
Oh, okay.
Oh, okay. You can buy bags.
Yeah, here in California, the bag ban there's a ban on plastic bags.
Oh.
However, stores are allowed to have they can sell you paper bags for whatever, a nickel or something is what they typically charge them, or they have you can have plastic bags that are made out of compostable plastics or bioplastics, and then of course the big thing is all the reusable bags and stuff.
We must have bought North Carolina bought all their bags off of California on discount.
Possibly,
along with all the straws and everything else.
Yeah. And I guess now they're getting rid of the plastic straws here.
Yeah, I love paper straws. Paper straws, I love it.
I want the world to, be more like a Renaissance fair, where we all just carry satchels and our own cups and forks.
Usually when I go to a con, I bring a bag. Yeah, my own.
Hey,
bag.
what are the HeroCon's dates again?
Bless you, Rob. Bless you.
Bless you.
Oh, you sneeze so cute.
June 16th through the 19th.
16th through 19th.
Nicholas.
Thank you.
What is with this no face chat? This is really disturbing me. I don't know why.
It's like Bub's channel.
We're proving that we don't have huge egos. We just have to show off our fancy mustaches the whole time.
Hold up, huge egos.
Really?
I'm getting back.
I thought everyone liked paper straws.
No,
They're the worst. Just like Tyler, they're the worst.
In Florida, I went to the store in Florida and I got a pack of gum and they gave it to me in a large, hefty garbage bag.
No.
Oh, look, a flight for $250.
I was in Virginia and they handed me one of those cardboard straws and I threw it on the ground next to the trash can and then proceeded to drink directly out of the cup.
Yeah, I haven't used straws for years because they're too phallic. But
Well, that's part of the fun. You gotta.
What kind of straws did you use?
I don't know. Did you buy
Get
your
that
straws?
straw,
My straws
get
are
that tongue
pretty
roll
like
around the
small and
straw real
skinny.
quick.
well, I
Get
know,
it.
exactly. I know how you do. But
Caress them
you're
with
always
your
holding
lips
your cup like this as you're drinking from your straw.
slowly.
Rob
Well,
got
sometimes
his.
I'll order a beer and a water, and I'll be like, "Why do you give me a straw in my water, but not my fucking beer?"
Rob got his straw at Spencer's.
Oh yeah, stroke the straw just a little bit slower.
Spencer gifts.
Spencer
Yeah,
gifts.
I don't understand when Tyler's sitting there at you see him at the restaurant. He's sitting there going like,
Oh shit.
Oh, and now we're officially the fake comic community.
No. No camera here, buddy.
I was imagining Rob bought like a storage, unit, and inside of it was just like a bunch of stuff for bachelorette parties. Like it was like 3 solid years. I had all these, pink penis
the dick
straws. I had to
straws.
use. I'm not going to spend money. It is what it is, but I just fell out of use of using them.
Hey Rob, can I borrow some dick ice trays?
Balsticles?
I want to cool my. No, just for the ice for the drinks.
No ice.
They call them
No
falsicles.
straw.
Yeah, balsticles.
Sorry, I apologize.
Where's everyone staying? What hotel is everyone staying at?
Far from you.
The Westin is like the hotel that's associated with the con.
Dude, why did you have to tell people publicly where we're all going? No,
I just said the Westin is associated with the con. I did not say I'm not
the
saying that.
paparazzi's gonna show up, man.
Apparently,
CJ would be
CJ
the
is.
hardest guy to find in the Westin. He's worried about people tracking him down.
No one knows what
CJ,
he
yeah,
looks like.
just wear fucking isotoners and nobody will recognize you.
Everybody's gonna be walking around trying to shake everybody else's hand just to see if they can identify who CJ is.
Yeah, but he'll be wearing gloves, so we won't know.
Wow, the one guy wearing gloves in July or June. It's gonna be
Yeah,
in
he's
North
gonna be wearing
Carolina. It's
gloves
gonna be
saying,
that
I don't
guy.
want people to recognize my hands, and we're gonna be like, "Wow, who could that be?"
Hey, speaking of which, did you guys see that they added more artists on Wednesday?
Oh, we're actually going there to see comic people. I thought we were just gonna all drink in a bar.
Well, just in case anybody's interested, Claremont, Epting, Jose Luis Garcia Lopez, Laura Martin, Steve McNiven, John Romita Jr., Alex Sevier, Jim Shooter, Charles Vess, Ron Wilson, and Scotty Young.
Wow.
Go ahead. Say it.
Well, we knew about Scotty Young.
All right, who's gonna wait on the old light for me to sign my comics? Because I'm not.
I'll sign your comics.
Awesome.
I feel like that's a good whack hack waiting to happen right there.
Tyler's gonna get all the wrong signatures on all the wrong votes. Just sign it. Here's the money.
Yeah. Well, we're all dressing like Deadpool. For those that don't know, you're all in on the heist.
Yeah, I'm dressing as
Trying to find my double XL Deadpool suit right now.
the one where he has baby legs. That's the one I'm dressing as.
I'm just gonna wear a green screen suit.
Yeah. DJ, we decided you're going into the vent.
I'm never coming out of the vent.
Yeah. That's sort of the plan, I guess, too. We're not sure how to get the person out.
Well, it looks like on
Melted
Etsy,
butter.
I have the choice. I can go with the one that's $23.96 or the $283
Virtually no difference.
Deadpool suit. I think I'm going with the $20 one.
But is that like a GIMP version?
I don't know. Doesn't matter. I'll buy 3 of them just in case.
Any version could be a GIMP version, just
I
depending.
just go as a henchman. Just
Chris, what time is it where you're at?
8 a.m. I decided not to go to work today.
good for you.
Yeah.
So, Chris, you don't like cheese? Is that the problem?
What?
I don't know how to answer that, dude.
I'll be honest with you. I don't think anybody's ever asked me that ever.
Yeah.
Well, he's made a comment about my cheese comments. I don't know. That's why I asked you.
Want some candy? Want some cheese?
I think closest anyone's asked me is that when I go to McDonald's and you want cheese on that.
I just want to take some pictures.
That's why I changed the shirt.
So how are we feeling about the two nerd dads on Monday night, Nick?
Oh, Marcus is here. Look at that. I didn't even realize.
I
It's
feel
hard
that,
to know.
I feel the two nerd dads need to make it an hour later so they could get a little bit less PG.
Thanks for answering, Nick.
Well,
I am Nick. That's my real name.
No, that's Dick.
Never enough.
Yeah.
Never enough Nicks. I didn't
Never
know.
enough dick.
Yeah.
Well,
Lick.
you do in your household, Tyler, is your business.
Unless Kyle's on.
Are you
I
going
sorta
back
like-
to Thursday? I feel like it's more of a Thursday daytime show.
Well, hadn't I screwed up my back on Wednesday, we would have had a show yesterday as well. But
No.
Well, you couldn't have had a show because Iggy was on whack yesterday. You would have had to make him choose between his friends.
I saw that.
I sort of like the 4 o'clock shows because I'm like, when they come on, I like when whack used to come on at like around 4 my time, and this I'm like, well, I'm gonna listen to this and waste the last hour of work. So
Yeah, I want 24/7 coverage. I may not be watching. I just want it to be there. I want it to be an option for
well, they were talking about the 24/7 channel yesterday. So
Yeah.
We're looking into
Remy didn't think through the smoking part. Oh, I guess he did think through the smoking part.
Right. We're looking also into on-demand options as well.
Why would you reveal his secret identity like that? I mean, Jesus.
So I click it and then immediately say like I don't want to watch this on demand.
No, we're just gonna publish Ignacio's phone number on the internet. You can just call him anytime. You just pay the long distance.
Nice.
I sometimes think that my great grandfather and Ignacio's great grandfather were on the same boat, and they were supposed to go to New York, and then it got rerouted to Buenos Aires.
Why do you think
Is that in Florida?
Was
That's
that a thing?
That's in my because my family's Argentinian too, but we all moved here. But that's the story. I don't know if it's a lie. You know, sometimes
That's why
family
I
stories
thought
get
you
a
were
lie.
Iggy. That's
But
why I
they-
always get you and Iggy mixed up.
But they it's said that my grandfather was supposed to go to New York, and then like something was late, or he got on a different like boat or whatever, and then ended up in Buenos Aires from Italy.
That shit happens.
I mean, yeah, it wouldn't exist, and this stream would be a little bit better.
Just a little bit.
Hey, are me and Remy at the same place?
Oh yeah.
I can't see through this thing.
Look for the guy in
Oh,
the
yeah, it's very
Spider-Man
cool.
mask.
Yeah.
He's probably right around the corner. You should go see if you can share a
There we
booth.
go. Now it's more red.
I wish the Vegas con was better, because it's way cooler if everyone just came here to me.
Well,
And
that's
then I
why
didn't have-
everybody could come out here to Shortbox Live.
Fuck is that?
Everybody should have went to King Kong. As long as you brought your plastic bags, you would have been good.
I heard they had no
Get some
bags.
plastic bags of
They had
Heroes.
no bags there. I'm not fucking going there.
I haven't heard anything about this bag, and I'm super interested.
And
in it.
I'm really
Let's
curious
talk
who goes
about
to a
it more.
con and doesn't bring
No,
bags.
we're done talking about bags.
We'll never be done.
I've
You
started
know,
the bag
CJ?
collection now, and come Heroes. We will be arriving with bags for CJ.
I'll go to Come Heroes Con.
Do I need to get you guys all
Just
Golden
bags?
Slabs bags for?
Dude, I refuse to accept your bag pity. I want the vendor to give me a bag when I buy something from them.
CJ,
That's
I'm
it.
just trying to figure out.
Okay, we all agree. Let's move on.
If
I'm
I
bringing
can talk
C-
to the front desk and get into your room when you're not there, the bags in your room are going to be
That means I got to carry them to the con. I don't want to carry them con. I want to go with my hands empty and come back with full bags.
I agree. Who read the new James Tynan book?
I'm bringing CJ a sack.
I'm not a bag lady. I'm not going to be walking around with all the bags.
All right, Erica Badu.
Interesting. Although you just made me realize I need to get some Only Slabs bags. Good thinking.
So I would assume everyone here, when they go to a con, goes with a bag or a backpack or something.
I usually bring a tote bag with multiple boxes inside of it, so I can put the comics into a box to protect them while I'm carrying them around. Yeah,
especially in a state that bags are, against the law or whatever, and they're not supposed to be giving them out.
well, more of it's just easier to carry around than carrying around in my hand all the damn day. And I mean, I used to do the backpack, but the backpack was always I hated taking it on and off. It was a pain in the ass. I found that carrying just a regular shopping bag worked fine, and I could put like 4 or 5 of those, these mailer boxes.
They're called slabs.
These mailer boxes. I'll bring these with me, and I can stack up a whole bunch of comics. They're well protected.
I had a problem. So when we went to C2E2, I brought a book bag, and I thought it was problematic taking it on and off. And then the cons following that, I made my wife carry it for me.
That's the way to go.
And then I just load her up with the in the backpack.
Wives are natural Sherpas, especially if they're a mother.
Oh shit! But
And most wives need to exercise need to do weightlifting anyway, right? They need to build muscles. So
we can't all have a Flo Dameron,
I was gonna say I did something similar at C2E2. I had my backpack, and New York Comic Con I have Flo Dameron. So
yeah, if I was famous and had huge subscriber counts and stuff like that, I could have myself a Flo Dameron, but I don't.
He's called the.
Are you allowed to bring a wagon? Are you allowed to bring a wagon? Like I do too with my kids. Like when I go to the beach, I put them in a fucking wagon.
Yeah.
And I do that with
my gun into Heroes. I'm convinced you could bring a pistol on your hip, and they're not going to stop you.
Hey, our caper is going to be even easier then. We were making all these plans, and now all we need to do is just bring a gun.
Actually, I didn't think about that. We might need to watch out because the vendors may be armed. It might not be a good idea.
Yeah.
Well, we got to come up with the thing that goes wrong. Every heist has to go wrong.
I'm cosplaying as the Zodiac Killer for Heroes.
Yeah, we've already decided Chip is going to be the person that double crosses us because no one will think about it. I nominated you, Marcus, but they didn't think that was a good person.
Link, you going to stay involved with King Kong going forward?
I don't want you all to think that.
I'm sorry, Journey?
You going to stay involved with King Kong going forward?
Am I going to stay involved with? Yeah, man. I'm trying to insert myself in any sort of local con that happens here. So I was happy to be involved with King Con. I think the whole con was, aside from the bag fiasco, was amazing. I'm involved in the 3 Men in Basement comic swap, which is happening on May 20th in Connecticut. I'll be involved in that. I'll have a table and I'll have a artist guest at my table, which is dope. And then there's another one going on in the Bronx in August, I think on August 26th, that I'm involved with as well. So that's going to be.
It was a good result, especially considering it was the same weekend as Big Apple Con, which was stupid that they made a Big Apple Con only 3 months after the last one. But
man, fuck Big Apple Con. King Con up in his beach, motherfucker. What?
So we're gonna have to talk in the future where you can set me up with a table there, and I'll sell bags there in the front. It'll work out well.
Con's about to get plugged.
Basically, I think the best thing that a con, if you're a vendor at a con, bring a box of candy bars and you'll make money. Because nobody's trying to buy shit from the concession stand because it's so expensive, unless they have to. If you walk by a booth and somebody's selling candy bars for $1, that shit is just like gold. Nice for me, cute.
That's actually smart.
It's a good idea.
Candy bars. Yeah, baby Ruth.
Baby Ruth.
Uh-oh.
Candy bars and bags, man. Candy bars and bags.
I mean, a lot of people go to a con and spend money. I'm making money, baby.
Off of this heist.
How come you didn't go on Sunday?
Oh shit! You putting me on blast. How come I didn't go on Sunday?
Yeah, man. I went there to go see you. You weren't there.
I found out you were going on Sunday, and all of a sudden,
You laid
No.
that. You put that on a tee for him there.
Yeah, no. From the beginning, I was like iffy on Sunday. I had stuff to do, and then I had people coming over, so I didn't want to go over. I'm not going to drive all the way to Jersey and then for an hour and then come back. So I knew I wasn't going on Sunday from the beginning, but I didn't tell anybody that because then
Honestly, I didn't have plans on going because I thought it was gonna be tied up the whole day. My kid was doing like a cheerleading competition out there, and it ended up early. So I'm like, all right, let's see King Kong. Let's see what this is all about. And very old school. I like it. It gave me some nostalgia when I went there.
So here's the thing with it, right? What? Oh, somebody needs to lower their user. It's old school in the setting that it's in a hotels, whatever, but it's like a new guard of like vendors. What happens is if you go to Big Apple Con, which was happening the same weekend, it's all the old vendors that have been doing this from like the 80s or whatever. And there's a definite difference in like the feel. This one felt more cool, if that makes any sense. You're more likely to get a deal. You're more likely to strike up a conversation with the vendor and talk about stuff, as opposed to in the other ones is just like wheeling and dealing, and I don't know. The guy is just like a bunch of gatekeeping. I would say at like Big Apple Con.
Yeah, you're probably right. You're probably right. A lot of younger vendors were in the King Con that we usually would see.
Yeah, that will normally get told no if they want to vend at like Big Apple Con.
It doesn't look as stuffy too. Yeah, you have that old venue that they always do it in over in Big Apple, and
Yeah, in the New Yorker hotel, it's like, yeah, it's like stuffy. Like the carpets are red. It's like, ugh, I'm not into movies.
Sounds like a casino here.
I need to go to Vegas, man. I miss Vegas.
think of a shitty casino.
I mean, there's a lot of them.
That's what it looks like.
Those are the best ones to go to.
No,
Go
because
to
those
the
are the ones
one
that
in,
take your money.
Connecticut.
It-
The
Amazing Con here has a decent list, but I think the amount of vendors is probably pretty shitty. So I don't understand why they don't make a bigger Comic Con here if every other fucking convention comes here.
I don't know why they don't make a big convention over in AC. They're desperate for freaking business.
Yeah, but it's AC. You go to a Comic Con, next thing you know, you're buried in the sand.
is anybody going to be able to make it to Terrificon?
You're going
Possibly.
to?
I think so. Yeah.
I'll be there.
Dope.
Possibly. I'm really gonna factor in what I'm gonna do with Terrificon after Heroes Con.
When's Heroes Con?
In June.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, I am going to. I got to prepare for something at 11:30. Catch you all later on tonight in the mix, 9 p.m. Yeah. See you guys later.
Is the real comic community to be there?
Nah, it's just gonna be a circle jerk.
All right, just making sure.
They're gonna vote. They're gonna vote on the awards on the mix today. Just them 5.
I was
Is there
actually
gatekeeping
nominated.
at the Circle Jerk?
There will be gatekeeping, Circle Jerk. I was actually nominated for an award for Best Circle Jerk at the 2007 AVN Awards.
The 2007 one. Yeah.
Yeah.
I was a judge there.
Nice.
Uh,
During the
like
taste,
I feel like-
during the taste
feel like-
test contest.
I feel like I feel like just you couldn't be nominated. I feel like that's really just the ultimate team sport.
No,
Oh,
it's
no,
just
you're
him.
close
That's
to
why
one.
he was nominated. You should saw.
I
Oh, yeah.
I shined amongst the
One man
Yeah.
circle jerk.
He was very bad, Dr. Octopus.
I really committed to the role.
He was nominated for an award and completed a Guinness Book World Record, all the same.
Real.
Did you get your merit badge as well?
The other nominee was Ron Jeremy.
This is just a
There we go.
On that
infinite circle jerk.
Peace, guys.
See ya.
Later.
Bye, DJ.
Where did Kyle get on here? Now I noticed him.
I asked you if you're going to Turfacon.
I don't know who I was talking to.
That was me.
All right. Possibly.
At WonderCon, I picked up Thrawn 1 through 6.
Oh, I have those. Are they worth money?
Did I think? Yeah.
There's a couple issues in there that can be.
There's I got it. I met Jodie Hauser, and we just like nerded out about Star Wars for like 30 minutes. It was great. She's such a talented writer, and
Aggressively still here. He's read that. He's read the whole actual novels of that. I think those comics just cover the first novel.
Yeah. The novels is what she obviously derived her inspiration from. So.
Yeah, those books are great. With the
Yeah, I need to get to number 2.
Rob, you didn't go to WonderCon, did you?
No, that's way south.
That's
And
like 9
Kyle-
hours.
Plus Kyle's there. I mean,
I thought it was in California.
yeah.
Yeah, but it's like a 9-hour drive for Rob.
I could do
He has
that.
to go to like basically San Diego.
It's in your state.
Yeah,
That's basically what I'm
literally in
doing
your
with
state.
Brian to Heroes Con.
Yeah, it'd be like a 3-hour flight.
Fly in your own state.
Yeah, dude.
Yeah, Rob could have shared a bed with me in the Motel 6.
Again, and Kyle was there.
We had a queen size, and maybe that's not big.
You could have split the bed bugs.
There wouldn't be enough room for all the attachments that Rob needs for his mustache.
The attachments. I'm gonna start bagging and boarding all my Dark Horse comic books.
All your Dark Horse comic books.
Yeah, I found a one that wasn't bagged and boarded, like a long box that I just hadn't gotten around to.
Did you have a good time at WonderCon?
I did, yeah. I had to teach myself how to have fun again.
Oh.
Did you hook up a Doreen?
In a good way. Like, it's not
He's
like a
sad.
doom and gloom thing, but like, I had fun.
WonderCon, it looked like there were some cool people there. I guess I could have
did-
gone to that.
Ah, dude, you should have came, man. I did 6 interviews. There's these people that were wearing these shirts that said Hilton Lobby Con 2023. And like they just kicked it in Hilton Lobby the entire time and just drank the entire weekend and nerded out with other cosplayers.
Oh. Sounds like my kind
That's
of
sad.
con.
That doesn't sound very fun to me.
Chris, were you in SoCal?
Well, that's just one aspect of the con. The other
That was the
aspect
whole
is like,
con.
dude, the
Why would I
panels.
go to freaking a place for a con and stay in the freaking lobby? That's so.
It's not. Well, the
Not
Hilton's
me.
across the street. You go into the convention center, which is literally like, you just have to walk past the food trucks and the fountain.
I mean, that's why I'm going to Heroes, is to go find some place to sit and drink with a bunch of people I know, basically.
Yeah, if I go to, like I said earlier, my wife said it was okay. So I'm, 60%, 80% there now. To go to Heroes, but I think I could make it through the whole con in like an hour. Like I could get what I needed from the con in an hour.
Really? That's kind
I
of
think so.
I'm only going if Chaos goes, so.
Oh, you're not going, Tyler?
I am if you go.
Oh, well, then I'll definitely go. I thought you were going. If you're not going, then I might not even go. Now.
Yeah, I'm not going unless you go, so I'm not going as of now.
Sounds like neither of you are going.
I'm definitely going. I just don't know if I'm going because Chris doesn't know.
Well, I feel like now that everyone probably has their room set up, if you're not going and I'm not going, and then we're both going, we should just split a room.
Exactly.
You guys aren't going. I'm not going.
Oh, you're definitely going.
Oh,
I
I
wanna
was
go
never
anymore.
going at all.
All right,
Yeah.
Heroes is canceled.
Yeah, suddenly everyone leaves the Heroes IG chat. So,
All right, if you guys are all not going, then I'm definitely
I'm
going.
not. Oh, wait, you're going?
Possibly.
I mean, I'm going to walk through Heroes Con, hour, 2 hours, let's say, and then me and Remy are just going to go do 2-3 hours and just churn out a fucking script for the movie we just wrote.
I just
gonna shoot
really
guns,
don't want to go to
celebrate.
North Carolina.
Let me ask you a question. Is it an adult movie?
That's number 5.
Nice.
You really ought to go back and re-listen to the part you left at.
Yeah.
We wrote a whole movie. Yeah.
We did.
Dude,
I already
Heroes
took
Con
notes
is
half.
more organized than WondersCon. It
course
comes
it
out in June and they have a floor plan already.
Yeah.
Dude, WonderCon didn't like they were Daniel Warren Johnson was there and they didn't even promote
Con is
him being
organized
there.
by somebody like me, who like wants things to be structured and organized. There's weekly newsletters
Freaking
and updates, and
that's so nuts. Like Sozo Maiko was there and nobody knew. There were like so many like prolific artists and writers that showed up to WonderCon, but like you literally had to go find them.
Heroes is gonna be legit.
How big is the convention center?
I don't know. It's Charlotte Convention Center. So convention center.
Like 1,000 by
It's gotta
2,000
be
meters or something.
It's gotta be like super small then, because it's
And
freaking
how many
Carolina.
security
Just-
cameras did they have in there?
Nothing says that they're using the entire freaking place. A lot of those convention centers have multiple segments and whatnot. Like,
That's true. We only used half of the Anaheim Convention Center for WonderCon.
well, yeah, they usually have all kinds of different things that are going on in a lot of those convention centers. So
I took an exam at Anaheim Convention Center. It was not as cool as a comic convention.
Does a hotel have a pool?
probably. Are you,
When I did-
you trying to spot dad bods and bikinis at the?
I don't know about you guys. If it has a pool, I'm gonna go take a swim when I'm down
I
there.
just have I'll
swim
no
with
interest in
you.
going to North Carolina.
You guys can put your little wingy dinghies on and
Yeah, I've got my
Play
thongs
play
ready.
Marco
And
Polo.
I would have never imagined going to North Carolina, like even a month and a half ago.
If I do go, I'm gonna have to like say hi to like my gamer buddies, and I'm not sure
you don't
I'm
have to
down for
go a
that.
month and a half ago because it's in June. So you just have to imagine going in June.
Unless you're PTT, because he's a time traveler.
We got that much time to get into Deadpool shape. Everyone,
Yeah.
start the diets now.
It looks
think
like a
it'd be
nice
fun,
convention. I love how the only picture they have is like a grainy photo from like what appears to be 2011.
Ooh, that's a good year.
Where's
Tyler,
Mark?
are you really thinking about going? Are you not going right now, as of now, for real?
I already have my hotel booked.
Oh, okay. Well, fuck off then. Okay.
So
Yeah,
as
now
long
Chris
as
is-
you're
now Chris
going, I
isn't
don't
going.
have to cancel.
Huh?
As long as you're going, I won't have to cancel it.
Okay.
I will say this: HeroesCon is cheap as hell.
Yeah, it's not one of those. It's not a pop culture con. It's just a comic book. It's a really big comic book show.
Yeah,
No cosplayers.
Well, there might be some, but it's not like it's
just
a
us, I
focus.
think.
Do they
There'll
have
be
panels?
cosplayers. They had a competition last year.
Yeah. Hey, if there's no cosplaying, then our Deadpool plan is, gonna be pretty weak.
It's definitely cosplay. I go there every year.
Where's the panel list? Do you not have? Are there no panels?
Is Elvira going to be there?
I don't know.
A virus staying in my room.
Depends on if Chris goes, I think.
Yeah. She's waiting to see if I'm gonna put her up.
Yeah.
I don't see a panel list.
There'll be a panel Friday night after the show with all these YouTubers.
Oh, they.
Robert,
It's not
you're
going to be that
having
big
it
of a
here
deal.
on
It's only
Thursday or
like
Friday?
40 or 50.
Thursday.
Rob, do you know CGC is going to be there?
I have no
They'll
idea.
They'll definitely be there.
The comic company?
You know, the company that likes to slap books and put no good on them.
This con looks boring.
You look boring.
I mean, who gives a shit about the con? The reason I'm going is I would never go to this fucking con. The reason I'm going is everyone else is going.
It looks like
Yeah, same.
it
I'm
looks
only
super
going if Chris
organized,
goes.
but it's just like, man, I
Comic
don't
books,
pull my
yeah.
eyes out.
Motherfuckers are selling comic books there. What assholes?
Yeah.
Gross. What am I
Very
supposed to do with the
comic
comic books I buy? Am I supposed to like
Yeah.
ship
You
them
mean
back
there's not
home?
going to be? There's going to be 0 MCU announcements? Fuck that con.
Yeah, screw that, dude.
I'm
I
actually
need
looking-
the ability to like have Dude, San Diego Comic-Con, they announce something in a panel, and then you go run to the convention floor and buy up all the books. Super simple.
I'm
That
actually
sounds
looking
horrible.
forward to the vendors because I could almost guarantee they're gonna be selling books cheaper than you do up here.
Oh wait, there is a schedule. Hold on. There are panels.
I'm
To be
gonna
announced.
be. I've got my shirt ready that says "What happens in Vegas stays in Vegas," so I can get a picture with Chris.
Dude, you guys got to just start coming to Amazing Con so that in 5 years it's actually a good con here.
Yeah, I heard Vegas conventions are kind of lame.
Yeah, I don't know why. I mean,
It's because,
there's a good list. There's a good list of people there. I don't think the vendors are coming out in droves.
It
But
says
it's
that
just gonna be like
Aftershocks
California.
gonna be at Heroes Con.
It's
I'm
too
not gonna
fucking
go.
hot. That's why. That's why nobody wants to go and melt into freaking Vegas.
Dude, I've lived here for 20 years. I spend 4 minutes total in the heat. Like we have air conditioning everywhere. You can withhold your rent if you rent a place if the air conditioning's broken in Vegas. So we don't feel the heat here. I mean, I felt the heat when I was like building like pool fences and shit 15 years ago, but not with this job now that I could just decide to get on a stream, call into work, and drink beer at 8 in the morning.
Pools don't need fences anymore.
They still do. I just let other people build them.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna go to Terrificon.
Well, Terrificon is in the casino itself.
Yeah, you know the Terrificon website? It's like way worse than the HeroesCon website. It looks like it was made with like 1999 Windows 98 PowerPoint.
Hey, is Pocan Joe going to HeroesCon?
Yeah.
From what I know,
Oh,
yes.
yeah.
Yes.
Okay, and Joe goes to all the cons.
Oh,
We're
I want
gonna
to help
join
him
a
with whatever.
motorcycle club.
I want to help him with whatever he gets up to in his weird shit, RFD or whatever he does. I'm more interested in that than the con.
Chris, where are you from?
I am from
State-wise?
Bell Gardens, California.
Oh
Downey,
shit!
California.
Why didn't you come to WonderCon?
You asked me where I was
'Cause he
from.
heard you were gonna be
I've lived in Vegas. I lived in Vegas
Oh.
for like 15, 16 years now.
Oh, okay, never mind. You're fine.
And I went to Disneyland the week before, so I wasn't going to go back to LA.
Cringe. Seems like you could have planned that a little bit better. Actually,
I would have chosen Disneyland over con.
They hype the hotel prices up for WonderCon too. If they weren't already hyped up being immediately across the street from Disneyland.
Did the same thing in Orlando for MegaCon.
That makes sense.
I was down there 3-4 weeks ago for spring break. And took the kids down to Disney World down there. And the prices for the hotels in MegaCon were very close to the same price they were back then. And that was peak pricing.
Yeah, you almost have to have a roommate when you book a hotel at a con.
No, I mean,
No, they help you get in when you lose your key.
I mean, the hotel wasn't bad as far as in the West and as far as the cost of it. It wasn't that expensive. I'm used to New York prices, so.
Do you have to stop drinking at 2 a.m. in North Carolina?
No, really?
No, there's no rules over there, right? Isn't it like the Wild West?
Yeah, there's no rules.
It's the Wild West.
I hope that's not the
furthest
case.
east.
Now,
I'm
I
pretty
say no
sure.
rules to a guy that's talking about Vegas, so
Yeah. I can
But
get it
still.
open out at 2 a.m. here. No, it's got to close because they have no rules in place like that except for all their 300-year-old rules.
I'm pretty sure
I mean,
North
California, you
Carolina
can't drink.
is
You
a
can't drink
state
after 2
that you
p.m.
can
too.
still like settle a vendetta via duel, right?
Wait, you can't drink in California after 2:00?
2 a.m. I think. Or you could drink. They just can't sell it to you.
The bars, stop serving after 2 a.m.
Are you serious?
I always forget about that.
Yeah.
In California, yeah.
4 o'clock.
Well, you live around a bunch of dry states with dry counties, Comic Journey. Just New York might be like that. But when I go to a different state, I realize, oh shit, like some places you can't even buy alcohol on Sundays. When I travel, like to Kentucky and shit like that. Like Jack Daniels, the county Jack Daniels is in a dry county. You cannot buy Jack Daniels in the county that Jack Daniels is made.
That's interesting. Did you know that in North Carolina they have banned bottomless mimosas?
Oh yeah, that's.
You're
I mean,
mimosa.
And they also don't have any happy hours. Happy hours are illegal.
Dude, if you didn't have bottomless mimosas on the weekend in Las Vegas, there'd be a lot of dudes not like scoring with MILFs out here.
Yeah.
Could you
It's like-
have like a 10 mimosa limit and it's not bottomless, but it's like pretty close?
That's true. That's a thinker right there.
Also, follow-up question: is it still considered a mimosa if you use wine?
What is? I thought it was a wine and
No,
orange
it's
juice.
champagne and
supposed to be
orange juice.
champagne and OJ.
Oh, it's
right?
champagne. Oh yeah, it is
Yeah.
champagne. To me, that's the same thing. It's just one.
That's what
is
I'm thinking. It's just one carbonated.
Yeah. What if you had one mimosa and then you just turn them to screwdrivers?
Vodka and orange juice, nice.
Well, I'm still stuck that Cali is 2 a.m. I would have thought they were like New York, 4 a.m. Cutoff.
Oh, you guys cut off at 4 a.m.? You're not even 24 hours?
No, we're not 24. I mean, you could go to places that are 24 hours, they're after-hour places, but all the bars and nightclubs, 4 a.m.
Gotcha.
Yeah. Interesting.
What do you even do after that then?
I think you just die.
You go to the after-hour places.
You uninstall.
Speakeasies.
It's funny in Vegas we have after
yeah.
hours places, right? But they're just like known that because of marketing.
Mm-hmm.
Because there's really there's no rule where you can't stop drinking, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So like Dre's is a big after hours spot where people go after they go to a club or they have fun in Vegas or whatever, right? And but it's like why is that an after hours spot? Like there's no reason, you know.
It's just like a
market
vibe.
itself. Yeah.
Remy, you said speakeasies, and I instantly thought of like those like.
I said it.
I was gonna say I've never said speakeasy ever.
Oh, who said it?
Yeah. Remy wouldn't say.
Only
such
person that
things.
matters in your life.
Oh, cool. Rob said it. You know those? Okay, Rob. You know those places where you have to like have like a password, and it's like sometimes it's like a vending machine or a bookshelf
Google?
that opens, and then
Yeah.
you go into like a speakeasy and shit. That shit's awesome.
Yeah,
Look at Rob's
I could
face.
bring you
That is
when you guys
Rob.
come to Vegas. I could do that here. There's a couple places like that.
Yeah, there's one in the what's the chandelier place?
Bellagio?
No, chandelier, the Cosmopolitan. I think there's a speakeasy in there.
If you go
Oh,
into
there
a
might
place
be.
like that and there isn't a gentleman that looks like Rob with his mustache,
They all look like
Um,
Rob and the
Chris,
speakeasy.
it's
I
in
would
the
never go to.
pizza, it's in the pizza joint in the Cosmopolitan.
Yeah, I would never go to the one that's on the actual strip. That sounds like complete bullshit. There's one downtown.
Secret bar at Disney World.
You know what's funny? During the COVID with lockdowns here in New York, there was a whole bunch of these places that actually popped up left and right, and like the cops like were right in front of the places that they were going into, and nobody was like even. It was like a mock speakeasy kind of a thing.
Jeez.
That would be cool.
Aggressively, did you say Disneyland or Disney World?
Same thing.
Disney World, Florida.
Okay, gotcha.
Yeah, you know.
I've never heard of a secret bar at Disney World.
Oh yeah, there is.
Because it's a secret.
Oh, Disney World. Oh no, Disneyland.
World. I know the one at Disneyland.
Disneyland has two places where you can drink, and I didn't realize that when I went there.
Well, no,
California
there's three.
Adventures.
There's three now.
What are the three? I thought there was two. There's
So
the one in New Orleans World, and then there's the Star Wars one.
And California Adventures.
And the California Adventure one with the.
Oh well, I said Disneyland.
Well, what about downtown Disney? You could drink there.
There's a lot of drinking there. Yeah. I didn't think
Or
about California. We didn't go
the
to that California.
D13 bar, the D13 restaurant that's below Pirates of the Caribbean.
It's
No, that one doesn't have alcohol.
Are you sure?
that's the
I'm
Blue
positive.
Oyster that's down there. That D33.
No, not the club,
Club
whatever.
33.
Yeah, that's what it is. Jesus.
Yeah, with the glass elevator inside and stuff.
Was
Yeah,
that technically part of Disneyland?
Yeah, it's in Disneyland.
Yeah, it's in the park.
When you after you exit, it's you have to have a pass, and it's
It's
or
a
be club
membership, and
member.
there's like a wait
Club
list.
membership, yeah.
Unless you know
And-
somebody, then they just let you in.
Right, and then so essentially what you have to do is you have to go when you're walking down the street. There's like a 33. The address of this on the next to this building is 33, and when you flip down the address on the wall behind it, there's a buzzer, and you can press that, and then they'll come on the intercom. They'll ask you for your name, and then if you're on the list, then they'll tell you how long of a wait you have before they'll come get you. And when you go inside, they ask you if you want to take this glass elevator or if you want to go up the stairs, and almost everybody goes up the glass elevator, and you go up to the second floor, and they take you out there. And then you're up above, basically you're above the shops and whatnot, and you can see out into Orleans area there, and you can watch the if at night, if you're having dinner there, you can watch the laser show, water show, whatever from
Phantasmic or something.
Yeah, while you're eating
Okay.
dinner and stuff.
So there are 3 places if you got 20K to spend on the club.
and even can get in, right? Yeah.
Yeah, I've been meaning to freaking reach out. I know Richard Sherman's grandson. I was going to use that connection to get in there.
I went with a friend of mine who's a VP at Sony Music
Okay.
that had stuff, and we went.
How was it? Like, was it
was
okay?
nice. It was like a 3-course meal with wine pairings with each course. And
Oh, cool.
it
Dude,
was
there was
fancy.
this wine and
sounds
comic
terrible.
pairing thing that this comic shop was doing, and they're pairing wines with comics. It was interesting.
Sounds like a
Basically,
whack hack.
you drink and read comic books. Speaking of comic books,
20 grand to spend on like doing something stupid. I think I just joined.
Well,
Jared
it's not like it's a one-time thing, right? That's your membership, and that membership includes,
Yeah,
your
I'd go to Italy.
access to the park and all this.
Is
other
it a
stuff.
monthly membership? Like Netflix?
I think it's it's annual, and then
This
it's
says
like,
what I looked up was 20,000 pounds, so it's probably more like 15 grand.
whatever it is. It's an annual membership, and it includes unlimited your access to the park and all this other stuff. But it's not. Look, it's not a great deal.
are pounds worth less than the dollar?
It's for rich people. Pounds are worth more than the U.S. dollar.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, does Mickey and Minnie give you a blowjob? You get like a Toy Story circle jerk?
No, you do that at the character meet and greets.
Over at Disneyland. Yeah.
But is it like a strip? Is it like a strip club though, where you like to get you in your own room?
No, they just give you breakfast.
How much meat do you get at those?
It's
Yeah, I
just
feel like
hangover. It's hangover food.
Yeah, I feel like you might have more fun spending 20 grand in Vegas.
I probably would. All right,
Yeah.
guys, I got to roll because I actually have the stuff's rolling and I have to actually focus on work right now. So,
Well, Rob's leaving, so we're gonna end it.
I'm
Yeah, I gotta get back to work too.
Thanks everybody for coming in.
Jeez,
Does anyone
really
want to
well.
promote anything?
tomorrow I got Comic Geek on Only Slabs. He's bringing a bunch of Golden Age books, possibly good girl art.
Good
Some
girl.
stuff you can still-
I don't have anything to promote. I just wanted